students to share with one another, and it's by students for students. So I felt that it is a really conducive and effective setting for you to share all your creative juices amongst one another. And the second point, to connect. Very seldom there are connections between the undergraduate and the postgraduate. And over the years, we have been trying to make the connections much more effectively. And over the last 4 years, the Future Thinkers is actually one platform that enables this connection between the part one students and the part two students. And the third, which is the most important for me as an academician, is to reflect. Very seldom we actually sit down, relax, and actually see the works from SEM 1 right through to, I will call it SEM 10, if you like. And to be able to see that shouts out to us the narrative of how we have curated the whole 5 years as a whole. And that gives me a lot of reflections as I go along. And I'm sure my colleagues would also agree with that. So I would really like to congratulate the team who puts this together and Prince, who advises this event. And I think as we go through today's session, we will be enjoying every bit of it. So thank you for having this, and congratulations to every one of you who will be presenting, as well as the academics who have been supporting and also mentoring your design work so far. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. So thank you, everyone, and hope you enjoy the session.
All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Veronica, for that amazing speech. Now we'd like to invite our chief organizer and as well as our semester 6 coordinator, AR Prince Davis, to share his welcome message. So, Mr. Prince, you here?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Loud and clear.
Okay, outstanding job, by the way, for the organizers and also the presenter. Okay, very good afternoon to all. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our biannual event, the SABD Design Forum Future Thinkers 9. Okay, so it's already 9. Okay, welcome our guests and friends in Malaysia. And we are also joined by people around outside Malaysia. Our head of school, okay, thank you for all the support. Program directors, colleagues, and hundreds of students who, despite their ongoing classes and submission, took time to be with us in this event. This is the third time that we're holding the forum online due to the pandemic. Happy to say that the past 3 is as successful as the first 6 that we held face-to-face. Also, we are one away for completing the first cycle of Future Thinkers 10, okay, which will be happening next semester. Today, we will be featuring 10 talented speakers from semester 1 to 6 of the Bachelor's Honors in Architecture program and semester 1 to 4 of the Masters of Architecture program. And it will be capped off later on by our international guest speaker, who is kind enough to grace our event, Architect William T. Jr. of WTA, who will be presenting a very relevant topic on pandemic and social architecture. Again, on behalf of the hardworking and the creative organizing committee, headed by Cha Chen Si, and joined by Ryan Lien, your host for today, of the semester 6, and also one of our alumna, Crystal Wong, who will be moderating Architect Williams' talk, whom as early as February worked on this event, organizing the event. Okay, with that, I welcome you all to Future Thinkers 9. Please do enjoy the presentations. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Prince, for that warm welcome message. And what a way to kickstart today's session. I'm sure what Mr. Prince said was right. Thank you once again for everyone for coming today for our future thinkers. I'm sure, I mean, as architecture students, we understand, there are like some missions upcoming. And I'm pretty sure maybe some of you guys are actually half doing your assignments and maybe also half listening to this. So thank you once again. But yeah, before we officially dive right in to our Future Thinkers Design Forum, I'd like to kindly ask everyone to switch on their cameras because we would like to take a short group photo. All right, so kindly join us with your cameras on. Don't worry, I'm sure you guys are looking good today. A lot of people are coming in. I see a lot of our lovely tutors joining us with their cameras. Anyone else? Come on, don't be shy, guys. My God. Wow. Come on, where's all the students? It's like all the people who are joining their cameras are all our tutors now. Are we really gonna showcase like that? Come on, student power. Where's the student power right here? The student powers are coming in. Hopefully. Okay. I think that's a lot of people, that's everyone that's going to be joining us with their cameras. I think a lot of people are a little bit on the shy side today. Maybe because recently we have moved to online classes, but All right, so everyone do your pose. I'll quickly do a screenshot. All right, it's gonna be a long while, so maintain with that pose a little bit long. Okay, everyone, 3, 2, 1, pose. All right, please hold that position, don't move. All right, I need to screenshot a few pages. All right. Okay, that's all. So thank you for those who joined us with your cameras. You guys are awesome. But yeah, without further ado, let's move on to the reason why you guys are all here today. So let's begin our Future Thinkers Design Forum by welcoming our first speaker of the day, Yong Zimin from semester 1, alongside with her tutor, A.R. Chang Yan Yi, to share with us her project and for you guys. So the floor is yours, Zimin.
Hi everyone, my name is Yong Zimin and I'm from semester 2 of my degree in architecture, and today I'll be presenting my project from semester 1 and I hope you all will enjoy my presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon everyone. My name is Yong Zimin and I'm currently in semester 2 of my bachelor's degree in architecture. Today, I will be presenting to you my final project for Architectural Design Studio 1. Using this opportunity, I would also like to thank my tutor, Miss Yen, who had provided me with much guidance and assistance throughout the semester. Before we begin, here's a brief summary of what my assignment is about. The name of the project is Interpretation and Representation. In this project, we were to apply our knowledge in design elements and principles from Project 1 and understanding of ergonomics and anthropometry for our chosen banal action from Project 2 to develop a conceptual narrative based on our interpretation of the pose. Using that, we then have to translate it into a tectonic structure design that captures the sensorial and spatial experiences which reflects our dominant theme. In my case, my design intention is to create a space for the troubled to unwind, revolving around the theme of gaining freedom and clarity of mind after journeying through a series of spaces that inspires the user to pause and ponder as he performs the banal action of sitting in seiza. This action is similar to kneeling down in an upright position. It is a meditative pose which improves blood circulation across the body and thus promoting concentration. At the same time, it calms the heart and focuses the spirit. Thus, the idea of seeking freedom came about as the desire to seek calmness and peace usually only arises when we are in a state of unease, and I wanted to design a space that enhances the effects and benefits of the pose. Well then, the question is, what is truly freedom? Could it be the ability to act according to one's will without any restrictions? Or is it the right to speak up without fears and undesirable judgments? Is it even attainable? Perhaps to one, it's simply a state of mind where one finds tranquility and peace. The concept behind my design is the deconstruction of a form into its constituent elements such as planes and lines, from 3D to 2D and finally 1D. The reason behind this is to symbolize the breaking down process of solving a problem. Just like how the user unravels and untangles the mental knots of his mind as he journeys through the spaces and eventually gains mental liberation when he finds the answer. Playing with forms, materialities, and light, I use varying spatial qualities to evoke and enhance the sensorial experience of the user, moving from darkness to light and from obscurity to clarity. Now, let's take a look at my final model design. The structure is made out of elements of volumes, planes, and lines, and the use of different materialities such as concrete, timber, and glass. The structure is divided into 5 main spaces, which I name it the stimulation, acceptance, hope, clarity, and freedom. Here are the front and back views, and the side views. Moving on, here are the drawings I did for the project. This is the plan, the first elevation, the second elevation, section, an axonometric drawing, and the abstract drawings. Finally, here are the tattoo stamps that shows the dominant theme of seeking freedom and the depiction of banal action. The first one shows the deconstruction process, while the second one shows the contrast in feelings and sensorial experiences due to the disparity of spatial qualities. Following that, the third one shows the clarity of mind obtained, and finally, the last one demonstrates the journey through the different spaces. With that, let's begin the journey into my sensorial space. Feeling troubled and distressed in his head, the user walks by the structure and is captivated by the reflecting pool. Glancing into it, he saw himself in the calming waters and is inspired to start his journey of self-reflection to attain the peace of mind he yearns for. He enters the first space, acceptance. Dark, tight, and enclosed in the concrete space, the user feels trapped and suffocated, just like how he is trapped in his mind, overwhelmed and lacks clarity. The experience is heightened with the loud echoes of his steps. This is where the user has to accept and face the dark and suppressed parts of his mind. He persists and begins to see the light in the situation as he enters the second space, hope. The semi-enclosed space allows partial clarity of view. Due to the penetration of sunlight, a brighter space is created where feelings of hope are generated. The light and shadows formed through the timber frames acts as a guide to lead the user to the next space, clarity. Entering the confined space, the user sits in seiza, kneeling down in the quiet space to reflect and contemplate. The full view of sight signifies the complete clarity of mind. The ceiling sloped upwards, which represents the expansion of perspective in the user, while the soft, warm timber flooring creates a comfortable kneeling spot. As the user's mind clears from troubles and gains tranquility, he steps into freedom, finally liberated both mentally and physically. He is no longer trapped in his mental constructs nor the problem. The open space allows unrestricted movements, which further magnifies the sense of freedom and relief. With that, he exits the space, which marks the end of the journey in my sensorial space. Before I end my presentation, I would like to end it with a quote. Life is an experimental journey undertaken involuntarily. It is a journey of the spirit through the material world, and since it is the spirit that travels, it is the spirit that is experienced. That is why there exist contemplative souls who have lived more intensely, more widely, more tumultuously than others who have lived their lives purely externally. Thank you.
Wow, all right, all right. So thank you to Min for the amazing presentation. So I know we cannot applause, but silently applause in your wherever you are right now, okay. Or you can give the reaction as well. But yeah, thank you to Min for the amazing presentation. I could definitely feel that calmness within your space, and your voice matches the video a lot. Very, very calm. Oh my God. Yeah. So if you guys have any questions, don't worry, we will have a Q&A session later. So stay tuned for that and just prepare your questions for them later. And to those who just joined, welcome to Future Thinkers Night. We have just started actually. So yeah, you didn't miss out a lot, I hope. But yeah, so next up we have from semester 2, Ethan Lai accompanied with his tutor A.R. Alina Chung to share about his outstanding project. So let's give him a warm welcome.
So hi, I'm Ethan Lai, currently studying in Taylor's for semester 3 in architecture. And today, as Ryan said, I'll be showcasing my project, which is named Fractura, which is also guided by my amazing lecturer, Miss Alina. And this project means a lot to me. I hope that you guys will enjoy it as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Ethan Lai, and today I'll be presenting more on my design Fractura. Before I continue, I'd like to thank my lecturer, Miss Alina, who guided me throughout this project, who was supportive of me exploring and developing my ideas and guided me through the semester. Now, let's dive into my project. The concept of Fractura is a comic studio designed with the intent of connecting users of the studio through the disorder and transparency of the spaces. This design intends to confront the properties of the site and create an architectural sculpture that attracts and evokes interest within users. The design was inspired by the deconstruction and reconstruction of superheroes within comics. Fractura deconstructs its spaces and facades while yet creating transparency within its interiors, allowing users to connect and interact. To put it simply, finding reconstruction in deconstruction. For some context, the site chosen for the project was Subang Ria Recreational Park, where we went for a site visit, studying and analyzing the site and then choosing 5 microsites to place the studios. My chosen site was microsite 5, located at the back of the park. Now, based on the studies done on the site, I came up with a few site analysis diagrams. Firstly, wind, where it is observed to come from the front and back of the site. Next, on views, where to site, there are much obstructions other than some trees, while the views from site have an interesting separation between the busier and active views on the left, while the right has more natural green views. Looking at the sounds heard on site, the front was more exposed to sound from the leaks and trains nearby, while the back contains sounds mainly from the users of the site jogging and talking. Finally, for the circulation, there is only one method to enter the site, which is from the back, through the pathway of the park. Before I continue into my precedents and inspirations, here's a brief look at my design. Humankind is family. It's something Stanley lives by and shares through his comics and the key to his work and success. Being one of my biggest childhood idols, Stanley was the main inspiration for the idea behind this comic studio. I studied Lee's ideation process in his comics. I discovered that at the heart of all his works, Stan wanted to create heroes that we could relate to. Heroes with flaws, heroes with problems, heroes who were just human. He just wanted to allow people to care about the heroes while testing and showing certain values in the process, teaching us more about the beauty of flawed humanity. His ideas were essential for me to design the studio and inspire me to focus on creating a platform or a space for people to connect, and for the comic artists to get to know people to understand their perspectives and opinions of their work as well. Next, I dive more into the deconstructivism and reconstructivism in comics. Being a genre that most comic artists try not to dwell in, what it does is simply just looking at heroes in a more cynical manner and evaluating them and asking questions that question their morality, while reconstructing them back into heroes again, understanding why they do things the way they do, and making them into beacons of hope again. A famous comic in this genre is Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns. What this comic does is putting Batman on a pedestal, allowing readers to question his motives. Like, think about it. How sane would it be to dress up as a bat and go hunt criminals in the world we live in? Here are some of the comic panels as well. And as I read this, I love how Frank Miller plays with the solid and voids to depict the scenes, and you see later on how it impacted the whole thematic of the project. Coming back into architecture, a key figure in the deconstructing field is Daniel Libeskind. I studied his works and I fell in love with the way Libeskind deconstructs ideas or concepts into the user's journey. And this is key in all of his projects. As I continued to study on his works, the impact of the protuberance of his design stood out to me a lot, denying and revealing parts of the spaces, urging the users to discover more. But also, through these angular designs, Libeskind is able to play with the compression of the spaces, impacting more of the user's journey through the contrast between the compression of the spaces. Moving on to the brief narrative of my design, the contrast of deconstruction and reconstruction is utilized here as the main concept, giving an initial feeling of fragmented, separated, and deconstructed design firsthand through the exterior and the play of light, which then contrasts with the nature of the transparent and connected spaces that encourages connectivity between the users of the studio, contrasting the initial feel of the building, making it feel more connected, continuous, and reconstructed. As I studied the site itself, as mentioned, it has a clear separation between the active and passive views, and so I wanted to utilize this in my design. Looking at how I did this, and deconstructed a rectangle in an angular manner to test out with arrangements, and discovered that the form that I now chose utilized the angles that directs the users to a certain direction. Now, talking more about the user experience and journey, focusing on the idea of deconstructivism, firstly, the form and overall design evokes a sense of separation, division, and isolation throughout the design. I wanted to focus on the complexity of the disjointedness in the facade, utilizing compression through the angular spaces and playing around with the contrast of zigzag and vertical lines, and combining them to create a rhythmic pattern prevalent in the facades of my design. This also implies a sense of mystery and exploration between the exterior and interior of the design, as well as through the exposed angular structures. Through this, the design also presents a unique relationship with light due to the angularity between planes, creating an alluring and attractive fragmented idea of light, imitating shattered glass. Now, the story doesn't end here. The reconstruction of the hero begins. The concept is contrasted through the design in terms of the disconnected exteriors with the interiors by playing with the transparency of the spaces, allowing users from different spaces to connect and interact. The design also implements simple and straightforward circulations to direct the user. Moving on to the orthographics, firstly will be the floor plans. Here I have three floor plans. Looking more into the spaces, first and foremost, the work area. Focusing more on the collaborative side, where the users are elevated and isolated from the public areas to help them focus on ideas. This is also a private space meant for comic artists and producers. Its interiors are more transparent to encourage a sense of connectivity within the different spaces and how users are able to interact with one another. Next, the mezzanine floor. This space also focuses on the more collaborative space, where the users are elevated to a much more private area to discuss on their works, having a much nicer view while being away from the workplace. The users can also interact with the people below the relaxation area, which leads to my next space, the public relaxation area just below the mezzanine, focusing more on helping the users of this space to reflect and rest. In terms of size, this space is the largest, and this avoids from compressing the user too much, allowing more people to gather and interact as well. The courtyard. This open space focuses on helping users connect and interact. It provides a cool and large space for people to carry out workouts and rest while escaping the hot Malaysian sun. Finally, the gallery located along the main circulation, where public users will be able to view and enjoy the works the artists and the producers have done here. Now, moving on to the elevations, looking at the facade, the separation and division can be seen by the solids and voids, along with the different protrusions as well. On to the sections. Section A is cut in a way to display the horizontal transparency of the workspace, and Section B is cut to display the vertical transparency of the upper and lower level, and the main structure of the roof as well. Finally, my construction details for the structure of the relaxation area, mainly to display the structure of the mezzanine and the roof. This was drawn in a way to also display the materiality of the design, mainly utilizing timber as the primary material. Now, moving on to a few more extra design strategies. Firstly, wind. Since the site has wind coming in both directions, the design utilizes louvers to allow air to flow much better. While for rain, due to the nature of the design, the angled roof allows rain to flow off to one side of the studio easily. Finally, circulation. For this, there are three circulations for the different users in the studio, where the artist mainly focuses more on the workspace, whilst the producer will alternate between the work and public space to interact with the public to be inspired. Finally, for the public, they will only be allowed to enter the public spaces. Now, here are some shots of the model. A close-up of the workspace on the right. In this, we have more close-up of the relaxation area on the left, and the courtyard in the middle and right. For the next one is a close-up of the angular openings in the workspace with some shots of the overall model. And finally, more shots of the overall model and part of the courtyard under the workspace. Now, to conclude once again through the design, the focus of finding reconstruction in deconstruction is built on. Through the disjointedness and disconnected exteriors and the transparency and connectivity of the interiors, Fractura creates a contrast between the exterior and interior, and creates spaces for the users to interact and connect. Before I end, I'd like to dedicate my work to my hero and my inspiration for this project, the late Stanley, and as he always says,
Excelsior!
Ooh. Thank you so much, Ethan, for that presentation. Once again, let's give him an applause. Woo. All right, all right. Such an amazing presentation, honestly. First of all, respect and rest in peace to Stanley. Amazing creator, we all agree. And second of all, you managed to bring me like a little bit throwback to FNBE days where we had to do like some Marvel character and all that kind of thing. So those who have experienced, you guys know what I'm talking about. But yeah, amazing job, well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So next up, going on to semester 3. So we have Noor Akila accompanied with her tutor, Mr. Fazli Kamis, to share about her outstanding project. So let's give her a warm welcome. Are you
Hi,
here?
yeah.
Nice.
Hi, my name is Noor Akila. I am currently in SEM 4. It's a great honor for me to be able to present here on Future Thinker for my last SEM final project. So like without the guidance of Mr. Fazli, is he here yet? Yeah, I think so. So without him, I don't think I'll be able to present here on Future Thinker. So thank you so much. So I think we can proceed with my presentation. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you myself. My name is Noor Akila, and I'll be presenting my final design project of semester 3. So before we get started, I'd like to thank my tutor, Mr. Fazli Kamis, for bearing with me and guided me throughout the whole semester 3. Thank you so much. So in this project, I was required to create an architectural response to design an interpretive center at Tanjung Malim. So this interpretive center emphasizes on a strong engagement and relationship to the site, spatial experiences, and programmatic requirements. So through this interpretive center, visitors would be motivated and enlightened in ways that represent the spirit of the place, in short, genius loci. So what do you see here? A bunch of pictures, drawings, doodling. Well, this can't be doodle because this is some pro level stuff and not one of them. So well, specifically in layman terms, we call this as street arts. Have you all heard of street art? Pretty sure you have, right? Because if you don't, then I don't know what kind of life you live in. So street art is a type of art and is usually connected with some sort of meanings. You can find a lot here actually in Malaysia, especially around KL, like Pasar Seni, Petaling Street, those areas. It's actually quite trendy nowadays, and for sure it's Insta worthy. Am I right? Instagrammers? Do you have anyone here? So why did I talk about street arts? As you can see here, this is the collage of my interpretation, which represents demographic. So why I said demographic, because Tanjung Malim is a colorful town, and yet it is almost deserted. You can find like variety of street arts, like murals and sculptures at Kampung Kubu, which I think act as the focal point of Tanjung Malim. However, these murals are done by the UPSI student, the University Pendidikan Sultan Idris students, are very much underappreciated, unlike the street arts in Petaling Street, Shah Alam, Pasar Seni, etc. So when you think about it, like the question that comes to mind, like how do people in society perceive toward these street arts? Like what are the artists trying to communicate with the public? So like nowadays, the youngsters, the youth uses street art as a way to express themselves. But when it comes to Tanjung Malim itself, like the street arts, why is it not as trendy as the ones here in KL? This is due to the demography of Tanjung Malim. So like as of 2015, KL has a population of around 1.7 million people, whereas in Tanjung Malim, it only had like a population of 34,745 people. And that is like what, 40 or 50 times larger. So we can't just say street art is the problem, but instead there aren't that many people who would actually go and see it. So that's why I come up with triangulation, which is the final design of my project. So why it's called triangulation? Because it acts as this external stimulus, prompting strangers to interact between one another. So this is a way from which communication can be improved between artists and the public. So this is the Tanjung Malim site. So like the site chosen here is accessible by car through Jalan Besar and by train as well, stopping at Tanjung Malim KTM station. So the site chosen here is actually surrounded by services like TM, buildings, restaurants, commercials, aid cares, and then we have shop houses as well as religious building like the mosque. So the site is located where it can be easily accessible by the users. There's an easy access of cars, motorcyclists, pedestrian. There's a pedestrian bridge. And then there is a road actually for a motorcyclist, so it is an ease of access for them as well. So they don't have to take the longer route. And then here is the railway site, which is situated in the center of town. So as you can see here, there is a graffiti at the back of the restaurant walls, which I propose to demolish and maybe integrate with my building. So users will have an easy access to the restaurants. Then we have the nice view facing the railway station. So like some people find it surprising to see train passing by because it's not like the things they usually see in daily life. So some people tend to get like surprised once in a while. And there are a few who likes the sound of train passing by because they find it soothing somehow. And I'm one of them. So as for vegetations, there aren't much on site. There are mostly ground covers and few trees near the restaurants, like palm trees and pygmy date trees. So to propose, I would have some vegetations planted near the railway track. So this is to act as a barrier from the sun as well as shading devices. So to go forward, this is my very first concept development, which looks more like a house rather than interpretive center setup. So I tweaked here and there. Well, not really tweaked, but you could say I changed the entire floor plan. So the main objective for this design is to create a center that acts as a stage for the artists and public to interact with one another. And they are also able to showcase their work pieces as well as collaborating. And the main concept of this center is the courtyards and ceiling volume. So this is the conceptual design. So the form of the building actually shapes from the boundary line of the site, sort of like a trapezium like shape. Then this form is cut into pieces of blocks which represent the rectangular shape of tangent. These block pieces are then being extruded or rather pushed inwards to create or restrain spaces for certain area. Then we have voids in exhibition room for courtyard. So like some spaces are extruded upwards as well for a double volume. Then we also have the voids here from subtracting, which becomes the walkway. This is the ground floor plan. So first off, you'll be entering the lobby. And from there, you can go to gallery 1, then courtyard 1, then gallery 2, courtyard 2, 3, and so on. So as you can see here, the gallery is always being alternated with the courtyards, like each side of the gallery faces the courtyard, so that the experience of art is always being alternated with the experience of a garden. So this courtyard acts as a space that kind of like tempts users to linger on them and maybe like exchange glances with others to initiate a conversation. Then lastly, from the gallery 4, you can go to the souvenir shop, then to the cafeteria. So as for the circulation, I made it as one-way circulation, meaning in order to go to the cafeteria, you'd have to go to the gallery, then the courtyards. Like this is to encourage users to go and have a look at the artist's art pieces. So as for the cafeteria, I placed it here. So it is close to the existing building, or the restaurant, I mean. And as mentioned before, I am proposing to open up the back side. So like to integrate with the restaurant, so the users will have more variety in food choices. Then on the upper floor, we have the manager office and workshops. So these workshops enable the user to help or like improve more on the interaction with the artist. So for the main concept, as I mentioned earlier, double volume or ceiling height plays a vital role as well. As you can see here, plan to sexual relationship each spaces are in different size in terms of height and width. There are some with narrow space and some with double volume. As they go further inside, the ceiling of each exhibition space gets higher and higher. So being in spaces in different heights, ceiling gives off different kind of feeling you have towards the art. A person is more likely to have more free abstract thoughts when being in a room with a high ceiling. So like the users will have more expressive abstract opinions toward the art displayed. When being in a confined or low ceiling space, the thoughts are more controlled, where objects can become central and there is less space for the body and mind to wander through. These are the courtyards. So like there'll also be exhibits of artists' work, maybe like sculptures in the courtyard, which also act as a triangulation. And then we have in the sectional perspective, you can see the workshop on the upper floors. Like users are able to really paint on the wall. This is to express their thoughts and opinions. They can paint whatever they want. So this wall is sort of more like a canvas type of wall. Therefore, it can be taken down and reapplied to walls by using a mirror flash technique. It's a mural painting technique. So this will allow their artwork to be exhibited in the exhibition, like for others to see. So as for the materiality, I mainly considered on raw concrete finishes for the wall to give off the street art looks, and they'd be able to paint freely on that. Other than concrete walls, concrete walls also provide a good stable support. Like the smooth surface is convenient to paint on. As long as the wall is well prepared, the paintings can remain in good condition. Of course, like when it comes to paint selection also, there are a specific type you need to use. For example, acrylic paints, which is mainly used and it's a good medium to use for mural paintings. And it is also the most durable and accessible. Then we have the sun path. The sun comes from the east to west, so the east has the minimal number of openings. Other than that, with the aid of vegetation and overhangs, it helps to reduce glare and direct sunlight. And then we have the vegetations here also act as a barrier from the noise. And then this is the skylight on deck. This is the deck on top of the exhibition room. And I've put skylight here so people would be curious as to what is up there. So like when they see people walking, it makes them want to go up and maybe do the workshop activities. Then I put a water feature for evaporative cooling system. So this allows the building to cool down in terms of its temperature. And then we have the walkway. That is the water feature. This walkway is actually facing towards the train view, so it's an advantage to the building. People would enjoy the view. Then we have the ventilation. The wind mainly comes from the north, so I put louvered windows in the office and the cafeteria, as well as some exhibition rooms to allow natural ventilation. Here's the office and the cafeteria. And then here are some extra renderings, north elevation as well as east elevation. So to end, there are three forms of visual art. Painting is art to look at, sculpture is art you can walk around, and architecture is art you can walk through. By Dan Rice. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you all enjoyed it.
Nice. So thank you so much, Kiki, for that amazing presentation. Once again, give her a warm applause. Woo! Yeah, I really love, just saying, I love your collages. Very, very colorful. Love it a lot.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah. All right. So thank you so much. Also, just a little short shout out. I've heard from my team that we have actually professional industry partners as well as other universities and alumni here today. So welcome to our Future Thinkers. It's an honor for to have you guys here today. So yeah, without further ado, once again, let's thank you to Min, Ethan, and Kiki for that amazing sessions. So hope everyone got some insights on their projects, because now we're gonna begin our first Q&A session for the day. So we have 10 minutes for this Q&A session. So feel free to unmute and voice out your questions regarding the projects. And however, if you're a little on the shy side, no worries. So I'll be sharing my screen a bit. Give me a sec. All right. So yeah. So if you're a little on the shy side, no worries. You can scan this QR code here or use the link in the chat box that I will be giving right now. Yeah, and type in your questions. So don't worry, all of these questions will remain anonymous. So yeah, feel free to ask your questions, or you can even unmute your mic and directly address it themselves. So anyone got any questions? We have a quiet crowd today. Yeah. Would anyone like to unmute to ask questions? Or would just anyone like to type in your questions? Oh, okay. We have a question coming that came in. How street art is essentially connected to the idea of courtyard. So I think this is more towards Kiki. So yeah, how street art essentially connected to the idea of courtyard?
Give me a few minutes, yeah, let me think through.
Oh, we've got another question came in for Ethan. Why do you choose to contrast the nature setting using fragmentation? So yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I go first?
Yeah. Maybe Kiki, you can go first.
Okay. How street art is essentially connected. So for me, I'm doing more towards street arts, right? So like street art, it acts as a triangulation for me, like to connect between the artist and the public. So itself, the courtyard itself, it acts like it gives a glimpse on like towards the courtyard itself there. It gives a glimpse towards the other spaces. So like if you can see from the floor plan, it's actually like the courtyard and the street, the gallery spaces like overlaid with each other. So like gallery courtyard. So like the user can see several spaces in one glimpse. So this is to make sure like the user are aware that there are also other people that is also appreciating in this sort of thing in the street art. Did I answer? Yes, no?
Yeah. Cool. All right. So thanks, Kiki. Ethan, you wanna go next?
Okay, sure. I think for the question, what do you contrast to the nature setting using fragmentation? I think this was something I argued with myself upon to either contrast it or like interlace it with nature. But I think in the end, Fractura was a design I decided to stand out and contrast that natural side to become an architectural sculpture of some sort, because this was also mainly influenced by the whole concept of fragmentation and superheroes being like the main protagonist and to stand out, just like glass protruding from the natural side. Yep.
Okay. So I hope whoever asked that hopefully answers your question. Next one we have like for Akila again. I wonder if the train will not affect the stability of the building and which safety precautions may be put in place.
Near the boundaries of the site, so there are actually few vegetations that I propose to plant, so it actually acts as a barrier, so from the like any safety hazards from the train itself. So.
Okay, cool.
Oh, there's so many questions.
Yeah, a lot of questions coming in for both Akila and Ethan. Great job. Okay, so for Akila, how the triangulated form relates to the site and how do you progress to that?
The triangulation. So triangulation, it means like it's an external stimulus that interact with one another. So it's basically like a third party, but in terms of like structure and also like the building itself, it acts as a stage for the artists and the public to interact with one another, so they can like collaborate with one another and probably they could collaborate and exhibit their artworks and maybe learn more towards the street art itself. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, to avoid like repeating questions, feel free to vote for the questions. You can see like a thumbs up. You can vote for the questions up to the top if you think like, oh, that's an interesting question. But for now, maybe for Ethan, so how do you adapt the building construction with the site?
Okay, I think for this is also a main challenge I faced because my design was very wow, you could say. And I think figuring out on how different angles would work and connect was a big issue. I think this involved a lot of research of like precedents on how timber construction work, timber skyscrapers, for example. I remember we had an architect come in to talk to us and answer our inquiries on large timber constructions. And I think, especially in my details, construction details, I have on how it was supposed to be built. And I think this was also true with the guidance of my lecturer, Miss Alina, who provided options and methods that I could try and make it work. And yeah, I think I'm not too sure I answered it now, but yeah, for that's my answer for it.
Okay, I think it's a similar question. Like, how does your proposal really respond contextually?
For this, I think it's just mainly that separation between the sides. I said for me, a clear point that of that microsite was that separation. And I wanted to respond to that more, especially the views and the mainly the views and how we sort of separate the users from the working and public spaces.
Okay, cool. We have up here on top, I miss Mr. Fazli a while. Yeah, Mr. Fazli, a lot of fans out there. For Zimin, I think we can ask some for Zimin. So, the online progression affect your delivery a lot for Zimin?
Does it mean like my delivery for the presentation?
Yeah, I guess what it means is like, it has online progression like affect what you have presented and proposed.
I think it's quite okay actually, because since I can prepare my slides and just present from there, so I don't think it affects it too much. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Akila. Okay, yeah, Akila. So was it intentional to make the building form and color quite drab externally?
To be honest, it's actually quite random.
I mean, don't worry. I guess I mean it's relatable in some sense. I would say a lot of our ideas really come in random.
Yeah,
a lot of times.
It's very random, the external part. I also don't know how I did it.
I mean, maybe I bet you'll be just like, okay, hey, this looks nice. And then, oh, it works. And then, yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I think it's most of us like that also.
Yeah. For Zimin, was there any particular story behind your poetics of space?
For the space, I thought of it from like the action. Yeah, because it can calm the heart all that. So I just worked from there and just developed the concept from there. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you would like to ask, like, how do you also come up with, like, why do you choose meditation instead, like, of all the actions?
I guess because at that point I was quite interested in that. That's why I was drawn to it. But now I think it's fine. Yeah. And maybe because like the other actions like standing or sitting, they're like so wide, like there's so much you can do with it. So like this one is more focused, so I just picked that.
Okay. We have
Someone
a question.
commented, my digital drawings. Thank you. I'm still a beginner, so I'll try to improve on my digital drawings. Still lacking in few ways.
Okay. I think we go for one last question. Ethan, how do you make consideration when building on unusual ground material?
Okay, I think this is a thing that was brought up during tutorials, and for this, I came to a decision also to choose to excavate a little part of the site to be able to fit the design. That's why. As you can see my section, there was a part of that courtyard that was actually embedded into the land. So that was how I, decided to excavate a little to build it on the unusual contour. Yep.
Okay. Well, sorry for the short time, but that's all for the Q&A session. Thank you so much for everyone who sent in your questions. If you guys, I'm sure you guys have some of you might have more questions, so don't worry. If you'd like to ask more questions for them, feel free to contact them personally, and I think they'll be more than happy to answer your questions. All right, so before we move on to the next speaker, I'm gonna have to do like a little small plug-in. Give me a sec. Let me find the thing. Yes. All right, can you guys see it? All right, so a little short plug-in from one of our events. So in this 2 days event, basically this is like an upcoming event that's going to be happening, and it's starting from it's a 2-day online webinar, one on 3rd of May and then another on the 7th of May. So in this 2 days event, we will be experimenting in designing with smart interventions to face the challenges on urban fabric, social practices, and sustainability. So the first day will be in a lecture format, and the second is actually the actual workshop and some sharing session for feedback. So this workshop introduces a design tool for combining the sense of place into the design process. So along this process, students shall apply onto their design elements of open spaces that best expresses their conceptual intent, from spatial articulation to the tactics and the details of it. So if you're interested, feel free to scan those QR code, and it will be posted on our SABD group as well. So feel free to join the event. All right. So with that, let's move on to our next speaker for the day. We have all the way from semester 4, sharing the same first name as me. We have Ryan Ng, accompanied with his tutor, AR Alina Chung again, to share about his outstanding project. So let's give him a warm welcome.
Hi, my name is Ryan Ng, currently in semester 5. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to present my project, and I hope you guys would enjoy it. And as this semester 4 project means a lot to me, and yeah, let's start with the presentation.
Today I'll be showing you about my semester 4 project, Bridge the Gap, which is a neighborhood market and food court in Bangi Lama. Studio 4 revolves around architecture and environment. And before I start, I would like to give a special thanks to Miss Alina, who guided me every step of the way, and Mr. Nasby, who successfully planned a perfect semester even with the MCO situation. As fellow Malaysians, we are all passionate about food, including myself. So this semester in particular excites me a lot. Let me start off by asking you, have you ever noticed how your surrounding actually affects how good your food tastes? Well, keep that in mind when you're having your next meal later today. In the first project, we were to design a small transformable food kiosk, and my food of choice is dumpling. These collages are a conceptualization of the feelings I wanted my users to experience in the food kiosk. And this is my final design, inspired by the foldings of dumpling and the bamboo tray that they are served on. The study of transformative architecture plays a vital role for my designs along the semester, and later I'll show you how. The final project site sits at Pasar Bangi Lama, and there's an abandoned community garden behind it since the dawn of global pandemic. The contours of site are actually an interesting trait for us to utilize as design strategies, but also acting as an issue for us to solve. The site sits on the heart of Pekan Bangi and it's accessible by the main road, Jalan Bangi, where the west leads to Bandar Baru Bangi and east to Semengi. Coming from the southwest is another route from Taman Sri Bangi, and there's a new route called Jalan Banting, which is mostly used by big vehicles as there's a 2.2 meter height restriction along Jalan Bangi. A convenient KTM station is also located within walking distance. Around the site, there are 3 religious buildings, 3 nasi lemak stalls, and 2 primary schools. The others are all residential. And these are the actual photos of the religious buildings. Now this is a collage which shows the genius loci inside the existing wet market building. Here I'll be showing you the design inspirations that I have extracted from the site. First, the expansion of houses and shop lots, patching of various materials, the dangerous bridge that leads to the community garden, and the issues of silence, emptiness in a huge market to be solved. In this project, my mission is to bring the folks of the segregated kampungs together with a new innovative architectural piece, and also to incorporate cultural events, community garden, and food stalls as part of the programs. For the first step of the designing process, I introduced entry points which are designated properly to specific users such as pedestrians, cyclists, lorry drivers, etc. to increase safety. The main entrance for pedestrians has a 3-meter high elevation following the contour of the site. Cycling culture is part of the identity of Bangi Lama, whether it's to carry out daily routines or as a leisure sports activity. This is how the abandoned community garden currently looks like, and the dangerous bridge shows the extra miles local residents would take for their plantation culture. Moving on to clustering, food court is placed as the most dominant cluster with an upfront facade and a 2.5-story height. The wet market is positioned to overlook the community garden, and the overall clusters are located with the guidance of the entrance's axis. As for the massing, a contextual design is proposed to suit the local architectural style with gable roofs. Here are some of the references. For the next step, climatic studies are carried out and north and south openings are created for maximum natural ventilation. Then the existing natural features are also capped for natural shading and cooling purposes. In accordance to the concept of patching and expansion, the massing is extruded in various directions to create the effect that I wanted. Subsequently, a bridge is formed to link all the clusters together as one, therefore bridge the gap. The final stage will be the structural design, where each clusters exhibit distinctive personalities. Here is the preliminary stage where I explored with the possibilities of 900 square meters of massing. I also played around with different concepts. One of the biggest struggles of mine is to find a way to articulate the different clusters with a unified design. And finally, I secured with the overall idea of having a farm within a market and being the central hub of Pekan Bangi. And by the end of the semester, this is the final product. For the ground floor plan, the clusters, as you can see, are segregated with gaps. Then, on the first floor, the clusters are bridged and linked together. And finally, second floor, the food court represents Malaysians being united together as one by food. Before getting into details of the design, Riak Ingel's motto of implementing sustainability as one of the most important design considerations, whether it's in an entirely new city, a housing estate, or even a power plant, inspired me. Creating innovative internal ecosystems is what makes this architecture sustainable, and I would like to adapt this idea to my design too. Moving forward, I'll be showing you the different entry points. This is the main entrance, specifically for pedestrians and cyclists. The prominence of the food court cluster are also shown here. This is the view coming from the back through the community garden. The third entry point is from the car park area, where you are greeted by a portal-like entrance bridge. Going into the clusters, let me introduce the most upfront food court cluster. This is an elevated structure with the double volume food court on top. The interior shows the inverted facade of a shophouse within a house. And in this cluster, I played with brick construction to bring some dimension to the double volume high walls with vents. Right below is the drop-off area where it's close to the OKU lift. The pedestrian bridge also acts as shading for the roads at the bottom with directional shadows. The pedestrian bridge on top is what ties the event and the food court cluster together. There is also a bicycle parking available right here. For the service corridor of the food court, the facade consists of planter boxes tied together by metal rods. Behind the vendor stalls, the vendor can harvest the crops that they planted and cook fresh for the customers. Each vendors have designated facades to plant their own plants, or even customize it towards their own likings, however fitting to their own stalls. Next would be the wet market cluster. This wet market is a multi-layer building to carry out various activities. A mobile strip-like system is introduced where vegetables and fruits can be planted on top, harvested and sold at the bottom. Subsequently, waste can be utilized as fertilizers for crops on top. The OKU parking is located right at the wet market, where the toilet and lift to the food court is close, and ramps are provided. Right on top is where the hydroponic farm, which is rentable, is located, and a washing area is also provided. The house design is also apparent here. Local residents are free to use the workshop area and visitors can interact with them. Here is where the young and old can be educated about the hydroponic system and start farming in their own home. Beside the workshop, there's a leisure area for users to take a rest after a long day of working. Moving on, let me bring you into the transformable event cluster. I took precedent from the shed as I think it's a brilliant design to adapt to various local cultural activities. I implemented the sliding facade to my design and it's powered by car batteries generated by solar panels. The sliding house by DRMM is the structural system precedent I took. Early in the morning, this place would be used for loading and unloading, and also when garbage truck would come. And during the nighttime, this space can actually be widened to twice its initial capacity to carry out mini cultural events. This is how the structure transforms throughout the day. This is also a strategy to intrigue younger demographics to site. Last but not least is the dry market cluster. The garden house by Casper Scholes inspired me to create a manually movable structure. The sliding structures is used as indicators of open and closed stores, which is visible from far away. An open design is implemented in all clusters to allow maximum airflow, avoiding lingering of various unwanted smell. Various structural design is used to exhibit multiple identities, such as Chinese Dogong roof truss, timber portal frame, and steel portal frames. Here are the bicycle parking, the OKU lift, and the hydroponic farm in the clusters. The bridge that links the clusters consists of semi-shaded walkways and bicycle-friendly staircases. For the roof and skin, I played with different materials to express the diverse cultural practices of Bangi Lama. To conclude, I think Bangi Lama, like many other Malaysian sites, has vast opportunities to become more than what they are today. We, as architectural designers, should create pieces that could act as an extra push to let our cultural identity flourish and shine. Any architectural project should also instigate sustainable programs, especially since the outbreak of COVID-19, to bring people together as one stronger than ever. And that marks the end of my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ryan, for that presentation. Let's give him an applause.
Thank you.
Good job, good job. Really feels weird saying my own name as well, but yes, proud of you, my fellow Ryan. All right. Okay, so thanks for sharing about your market. And now, so next up, we have my fellow classmates as well, my classmate as well. And we have Chang Ao Xiong from semester 5 to share about his project and accompanied by his tutor, ARRE.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Ryan, and thank you, everyone, for coming. I'm very grateful and honored to be here today, and I want to credit my tutor, ARRE, and also my module coordinator, Dr. Suchi, for making this happen. I hope you will enjoy my presentation. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ao Xiong, and today I want to share with you my semester 5 final project, Kajang Community Center. The brief calls for a community center as an architecture for placemaking, with around 1200 square meters and 3 to 5 stories. The site context is Old Town Kajang, and the chosen site is Site B. The site boundary is about 80 meters by 26 meters. This is the view to site from Jalan Sulaiman. We are to demolish the 3 shop lots beside Hong Leong Bank and turn the existing Medan Satay into a public realm. And there is an existing taxi lane in front of the Medan Satay, and a lot of taxis would just park there and the taxi drivers would just sit inside the Medan Satay. When I go to site visit, the first thing that came across my mind is there are a lot of cars and it's hard to cross the road. The car invasion leads to the neglected human dimension. The city is always bustling without a place to escape. And this is Jalan Mendaling, which is 2-minute walk away from the site. The whole road is congested by cars and they serve as a barrier between the 2 rows of shop lots, resulting in no interactions despite the close distance. The human activities are also only limited to the 5-foot walkway, and the small space do not make people want to stay. At a greater speed than walking, our chances of seeing and understanding what we see are greatly diminished. We have no time to see, understand, and react. We have to slow down to see the details going on around the site. The tukang kasut repairing shoes, the people fishing beside the river, and the uncle selling biscuits right beside the 5-foot walkway. These sensory experiences cannot be experienced when you are in a car. The streets are prioritized for cars, and open space are turned into parking lots. The liveliness of the city are threatened without a place to gather. This is why people do not stop and engage in this car-scale city. The large monotonous buildings like Metro Kajang, which is right across the site, and wide roads evokes sense of impersonal, formal, and cold due to the large scale. Human scale became an afterthought in order to improve traffic congestion. However, the street identity of an alley located behind the site stands out from the rest. The alley gives a sense of protection with high enclosure, and along the alley, it is occupied by different kind of stores on both sides of the alley, creating different kind of possibilities for interactions. And the spillage of dining tables and food stalls give the site an informal and lively feeling. Most importantly, no car is passing in this alley, which is why the alley is safe and comfortable to walk. The alley is populated due to the ease of walking, and it also serves as a main shortcut to connect to the bus stop. The alley is small, but small in scale means exciting and warm, making it a comfortable spot in contrast to the chaos. Thus, This alley served as an inspiration for me to identify what qualities that Kajang people enjoys. So, after extracting the negative and positive elements on site, this community center aims to design with human scale in mind, in order to breathe life into the city as life takes place on foot. What programs do the community need? The programs are determined by closely involved with the community, as the community-driven programs can provide stronger sense of ownership and pride. Partnerships with non-government organizations could also help to sustain the center more efficiently. While looking back at the history of Kajang, I found out that Kajang was famous for its own soft drinks brand called Oring Kajang. It was established in 1925 on Jalan Mendaling, but unfortunately, it closed down in 2009. It is a commonly shared memories and identity for the older generations, but now it is slowly forgotten. Kajang Prison is participating in a brand called My Pride, which the products like kueh, cookies, and furniture are all made by the prison inmates. By incorporating meaningful Kajang brands, it provides the community more sense of belonging, and it fulfills the esteemed needs of the locals. The Kajang Old Town is very close to 2 schools and a university, but still it fails to attract youth to come. Youth Entrepreneurship Program (YEP) then serve as a potential to attract youth with specific program to spend their after-school time more efficiently. This is also an initiative to help youth to pitch and exchange ideas. The programs is initially based in Country Heights, Kajang, and they are relevant here with the close proximity to schools and university. Usually, they do not have a specific spot to sell their crafts and products, and this also serves as a potential platform to showcase their skill. Kajang has a lot of traditional industries that are facing the issues of inheritance, and at the same time, art awareness are slowly spreading in the Old Town Kajang. The combination of art and traditional skills serve as a potential to give the local Kajang art pieces more personality, and also preserving the traditional skill in a more interesting and sustainable way. Media studies students from the nearby New Era University College are in charge of the many of the local publications, including community newspapers, books documenting traditional local industries, and more. And they are lacking of a platform to constantly introduce these to the community and the visitors. The community center can serve as a bridge to promote the local publications. So, the programs are inspired by what the site has and does not have. Recreational activities are added to provide reason to stay, and collaboration with Selangor Women AIDS Organization, which has just recently included Kajang as part of their plan to promote a healthier community. For design strategies, first, the axis is formed, aiming at different approaches and how different paths can meet in the middle, and the island-like elevated platform to cast away traffic chaos, forming a buffer from the busy road and form a more human-centric open space. The curvy linear path breaks down the tiring length perspective and make it psychologically manageable, and enrich the walking experience by changing vistas. Also provide a seamless flow into the alley behind the site and also the 5-foot walkway. The bidirectional setting provides engaging, strong, and intense experience for the users, forming soft edges. The curvilinear form is also adapted from the adjacent Metro Kajang Mall to ease the dense surrounding, making a contrast, and aims to provide serenity within the chaos. So now let's start our journey of the community center. The ground floor level is designed to be active to form soft edges, attracting and inviting people to come and stay. The public realm design blends into the community center, serving as an extension of experience and create potentials of activities. The taxi waiting garden is located right next to the taxi lane, so the taxi drivers could sit and wait comfortably while waiting for the customers. The approach from the back alley behind the site or from Metro Krajang will meet at a concave mini outdoor amphitheater. It is where busking could take place as it is commonly seen around the site. It is a space to concentrate people and the users can sit on the steps and passively connect to the activities. The curvy linear path provides a seamless flow into the back alley, the open space, and the 5-foot walkway. When the users come from the back alley, they will pass by a drinks bar inspired by Orange Kajang, where they can have a drink before continuing their journey. The sitting area overlooks the public realm and the parents could monitor their children playing from the table. Then you will enter the art room where it is inspired by the alley behind the site. You will see staircase where it also can be seen from the open space to invite people to go up. And the YEP program retail space is on your right. From the 5-foot walkway, the setting of wide to small space invites people to come in and it gives a sense of protection. The ground floor space incorporates multiple functions to create soft edges, where the users can be seen doing different activities to paint a lively scene to make users enticed to explore. The first floor is designed to be flexible to cater to various kinds of needs when they are not in use. The open plan layout with informal space separations makes the space well functioning. Going up the curvy staircase, the stairs slowly reveal the exhibition space. The exhibition space is intended to be used to showcase the products of the workshops. The wall marks an informal boundary to the exhibition area where they could be used to put up posters or artworks. The co-working space is dedicated to the YEP retail below. It is a space where they can do work together and directly send the product downstairs with the spiral staircase. It overlooks the garden and the public realm. The event space is double volume for flexibility, and it can be turned into an indoor exercising spot when not in use. The full-height timber louvers panel can be fully open and engage with the public realm below. The second floor is occupied by a rattan workshop and an art workshop. Workshops with hands-on learning help preserve and promote the traditional and historical legacy of Kajang, which gives the site characteristic. The lounge can be used as a waiting space or as a space to promote discussion with the circular settings. The workshops allow visual engagement to what's going on inside, and anyone is welcome to chip in during the rattan making with the open pivot door. The second workshop space with glazings allows for more privacy while still being engaged. The users would reach another seating area where it is connected to the event space below, forming an interlocking space. The third floor is the space for exchange. The Archive Center provides the base for exchange of ideas and memories. The floor is also completed with group discussion space and also space for oneself to just sit and relax. So, when the users come up to the third floor, they will be welcomed with the view. The right side is the archive, and the left is the open reading deck with tensile roof canopy to create a more relaxing vibe. After school students could use the space to do homeworks or just sit by the greenery to enjoy the view. Coming up to the final floor is the support space. A sheltered rooftop garden is located here strategically to relax oneself before entering the counseling and support center. Inside the support center, it has a private room and also a group sharing room for group sharing session. The sectional perspective shows that each floor is connected via the curvy staircase. The changing directions of staircase brings the users from inside to out, creating a more interesting journey which arouses the users to explore vertically. Here comes the end of my presentation. I would like to thank my tutor A.R. Ari for pushing me out of my comfort zone, and the lecturers who gave insightful comments on the project. I would also like to thank my peers for supporting me throughout the semester. I had fun with you, and lastly, thank you to the team who put this together. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Aoshang, for that presentation. Everyone, give you applause. You've definitely brought back a lot of memories on designing this community center when back in our semester 5. I can still remember we still went to eat satay and everything. So that was nice. But yeah, thank you so much once again. So I think we're gonna go on to the final semester in the degree program. So next up, we have from semester 6, Wee Seeing accompanied with her tutor A.R. Ari to share about her outstanding project. So let's give them a warm welcome.
Hi everyone, my name is Seeing and I just graduated and I hope you enjoy my semester 6 project, Sembang. Thank you.
When you think of Chowkit, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Is it drugs, petty crime, or prostitution? Our parents will tell us that we shouldn't go there because it's not safe, and the immigrants who work hard to make Chowkit their home are the reason why. But how much do we really know the heart of our city? In semester 6, our brief was to design an urban room aimed at creating a positive impact on the immediate neighborhood and being a neutral platform, engaging users of all social status and ethnicity. The site for my project is located at the current plot of where Federal Cinema still stands. Once upon a time, when Chowkit was known as Kuala Lumpur's entertainment hub, the Federal Cinema and the Capital Cinema were one of the pioneers of public film screenings, where people sought escape in the elaborate make-believe motion picture. Since then, it has gone from owner to owner. At one point, it was even a pub or disco. Today, standalone cinemas are becoming irrelevant, and the site has become a wholesale district. While this does create job opportunities for immigrants, it's becoming a problem as shophouses and fried food walkways that were once meant for people have now become places for goods. Even the Capital Cinema is now a cash and carry. The site is also near major transportation stops being Chowkit Monorail Station and Chowkit Bus Stop. Hence, a large volume of transient users pass through the site, but they never linger. Chowkit is and always will be an immigrant town, because they see Chowkit as a melting pot of culture, brimming with job opportunities. Despite all the negative stereotypes, in truth, all the people of Chowkit want is to make honest livings to get by. What the transit group or blue collars and the immigrants have in common is their hustle culture. Their rigid daily routines which only consist of work. The only difference is the transit group only passes by for purpose, and the immigrants have to live in their own work environment. The often forgotten victims of all these are the children and the youth. Forced to grow up in an inconducive environment, they are either neglected by abandonment or when their parents are unable to give them a healthy environment or mental support. All the issues resulted in Site 3 being rather mundane and boring, despite the stereotype of Chowkit being exciting and chaotic. My project, Sembang, does not seek to solve the daily woes of the people, but rather to serve as an escape from their rigid routines or chaotic households. Physically, it seeks to break apart from the dense urban fabric, creating breathing space. Intangibly, it aims to create a place where people may take a break however they like, be it through exciting activities or tranquil spaces. The goal is for my project to become a third place, a neutral platform where people can routinely connect, hence the name Sembang, which in Malay means to have informal conversations. When it came to how I'd like to connect people, I looked to the site's history of being a place of entertainment, the present context, considering the already existing community hub establishments, and decided to introduce performing arts, as it could provide the support people often overlook, emotional support, while also reviving Chowkit's reputation of being an entertainment hub. With this, I also suggested auxiliary programs to promote a symbiotic and sustainable community and to cater to the different demographics of Chowkit. On to my design process. This is one of my very first scheme. I knew I wanted an amphitheater to be my key space, but my tutor pointed out that having a large one would imply a focal point, and at the moment I did not have a significant one. So after countless attempts, reasonings and calculations, I finally decided on the axis which would determine my focal point, the stage. My design process then started with deriving axes by connecting major pedestrian paths, and instead of using these axes as circulation paths, I triangulated where my core spaces would be. I started with the form along the longest side of the site, but curled it up around the stage to shelter public space from the noisy and busy Jalan Raja Laut, as well as the harsh western sun. The pivot point here being the marketplace. With this initial form in mind, I proceeded to make my programs in consideration of the site context and its functions. The marketplace is placed to reactivate the back alley. The double-story cafe is placed along the main road, responding to the opposite commercial area. The dance studio sits on top. The dancers serve as an active frontage, enticing users who drive or walk by. The amphitheater is sandwiched between the two blocks, sheltered away from the main road. The pods are sheltered away from the exciting spaces at the back, and the auditorium, being a more private program, is located far away from the main road. The volume facing the main road is also staggered down to respond to the street and public space. The voids carved out of the form become sheltered public spaces and a much needed negative space in the urban fabric. Following the theme of escape, spatially I experimented with detached forms. To break away from the site, I introduced slanting structural members as well as a varying rhythm facade to incite a feeling of casualness, informality, and playfulness. The primary point of pedestrians into the site is from the Jalan Raja Laut bus stop, while the secondary entry points are the Chowkit Monorail Station and the Chowkit bus stop. Designing with the marginalized in mind, instead of having formal or grand entrances into the building, I believe that entering through a public space will make for a less intimidating and more welcoming experience, as well as having informal entrances throughout. Upon approaching from the bus stop, the users are greeted with an open plaza, which also functions as an informal performance space. Like the streets of Bukit Bintang, sometimes the best performances don't happen on stage. Users who reach the site via the drop-off are met with two choices upon arrival. Would they like to take a break at the tranquil garden seating area, or go to the happening marketplace and studios? Regardless, here users have a glimpse of all the things they could do. The marketplace, located near the back, not only aims at attracting street vendors to reactivate the back alley, but it is also a gateway for those who arrive from Jalan Sultan Aslan Shah. Taking precedence from the PJ Trade Center, the skinny trains extend into the space, blurring the boundaries between inside and outside. The marketplace is a towering void. Looking up, users can see the bridges cutting across, the users walking past, and even the sky outside. The staggered horizontal planes allow for visual connection between floors and makes this connecting space an experiential one. The tall pivot doors and glass louver windows allow for ample sunlight to illuminate the space. Additionally, the bridge overlooks the market. The furniture and views below slows down their pace and encourages them to linger. The beautiful thing about performing arts is not only the confidence and belonging it brings, but also the interaction it fosters. The essential core of a performance is the performer and the audience. When two spectators exchange smiles while watching a performer, a triangle is formed. William White calls this the triangulation of social interaction. I designed various performing arts spaces with varying spatial qualities to foster different intensities of human interaction, as well as to suggest different functions. The spatial qualities taken into consideration are the degree of enclosure, permeability, as well as temporality. And the main performing arts spaces are the amphitheater, performance studio, black box, and auditorium. For example, users in a high permeability, low enclosure space such as the amphitheater will have a higher amount but lower intensity interactions, whereas the high intimacy of a high enclosure space such as the black box offers lesser but higher intensity interactions. The openness of the amphitheater is ideal for meeting people, while the privacy of the black box encourages experimentation in confidence. The reason I wanted my main public space to be the amphitheater, it is because people can come to, well, sembang. When presented with vast open space, people might not know where to stop. Hence, the varying platforms on the amphitheater breaks up the uniformity and serve as focal points where people can gather. Although it is a main space, I do not consider the amphitheater to be a destination, but more of a lingering point. The amphitheater seating is an extension of the public realm, a vertical connection from one public space to the next. In my initial designs of the amphitheater, I wanted to have another performing arts space above it, but the problem is, amphitheaters need to be column-free. Hence, my tutor suggested me to have it above the stage instead, and have a lightweight roof-sheltered amphitheater. Initially, this idea, to me, created some really odd forms, but the potential it brought spatially outweighed my insecurities. Besides having free shade, the black box created potential for another connected space linking the various art programs, and thus birthed the idea of turning my exhibition space into a suspended gallery ring. Taking precedence from OMA's Taipei Performing Arts Center, where a public loop allows users to witness backstage workings for a broader engagement with performing arts. Users in my gallery ring may spectate the art programs, the people below, the art, or even the scenery outside, making it an experiential transitional space. Here, you can see how the gallery ring is suspended by the structure of the black box. With such a massive concrete structure as an integral part of design, it created an opportunity for an entirely different type of program while serving the same purpose. The objective of my project was to be a space where people could take a break however they'd like. Thus, I wanted to have a space literally detached from everything else. When you walk behind the amphitheater, you'll reach a lush, green, serene, sunken space, tucked away from the excitement on the stage, but still visually connected to the spaces above. On the first floor, behind the amphitheater seating, lies a discreet entrance to the rentable rest pods, perfect for blue-collar workers who have had a long day and would like to rewind away from everything else. The pod's views towards the sunken green space allows them to not feel totally isolated while still having privacy. The roof of the pods form the public green deck, and its roof, the staff dormitory. The staff in the dormitory as well as the users on the green deck have a view of both the green space as well as the amphitheater. The green deck is part of the extension of the public realm from the amphitheater seating. On the other side of the site lies the auditorium. As this will be largely used for private functions, the primary access to it will be through an enclosed stairs lobby. Also connected to this stairs lobby is the art studio, where users may prepare props or host workshops while enjoying views of the city. On top of the auditorium is a sloping green roof, another place where users can escape from the rest of the building and watch the busy commuters from afar. As mentioned earlier, the building envelope is designed with slanting members and informal rhythms to give users a sense of informality and casualness, to bring them from a place of stress and anxiety to a place of relief and excitement. The main goal is to slow users down and become a safe space where everyone, regardless of background or age, can come to. Even when there aren't any performances or events, users can come to the various shaded spaces to chill, making it an urban breakout space. The hope is that even by passing by, the people of Chalkit will feel a little less stressed and thus improving the emotional well-being of the community as a whole. We have reached the end of my presentation. Lastly, I'd like to thank my tutor, Architect Ari, for encouraging me to step out of my comfort zone, as well as my peers who have supported me throughout the semester.
Okay, wow. Thank you so much, Sheen, for that amazing session. Once again, everyone, let's give her a warm applause. Yeah, but I really love how in depth you went into an SLS. I love how you managed to connect, each and every individual from the community into your building. Such an amazing sight to see. I hope I can achieve that as well in my current semester. Stress. But anyway, thank you once again to Ryan, Ao Xiong, and Xing for showcasing your projects. So, all right, everyone. So you know what time it is. It's time to start our round 2 of our Q&A session. So we have 15 minutes for this Q&A session. So feel free to unmute and voice out your questions, or you can use the Slido. Give me a sec. Let me share the screen. Or you can scan this QR code right here to ask your questions. And don't worry, everything will stay anonymous. So if you're a little on the shy side, this is the best platform for you to ask. I've also included the link inside the chat box for you to click inside. And yeah, to ask your questions. So does anyone want to unmute themselves and ask our lovely speakers any questions? I think a lot of people are using the Slido to ask you guys questions. And the first question came out is more of a compliment. So great job, everyone. Yeah, really good job to all the degree students. It's such a sight to see how amazing the projects are. Hey Ryan, okay. Hey Ryan, wonder how long it took to you to complete that 3D model.
Hi, I'm not completely sure because I developed it as time goes by. So I think if you want a pinpoint, I think it's approximately 1 week to 2 weeks if you want to start from the final product. I think approximately 2 weeks.
Okay. I think this is more of the technical one. So I mean, this is more the important one. There are many open spaces where sunlight could penetrate into your spaces. So won't this lead to a hot surrounding? For Ryan.
Oh, actually, that side is actually quite cold as the landscape has very huge trees. I think that's a very good shading. When I was there, I don't feel very hot during in the middays. And also I have some, I provide like natural ventilation openings that captures all the winds at the right direction. So I think it helps cooling down. And then the more I have a lot of openings because food courts have a lot of smells, and I don't want the smells to linger too much. Yep.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. I mean, for the speakers here, you can see this question. How many times do you guys cry? That one, we won't answer that. But yeah, okay, wait. Let me see. For Sem 6, I guess for seeing, how does architecture attract people, including those with no interest in art?
How does architecture? I think for my project, the way I did it was to have a lot of spaces where you don't need to be interested in art to be able to participate in the spaces, such as like there doesn't need to be a performance in order for people to enjoy sitting around the amphitheater. So I guess architecture has to be accessible enough and like easy to participate in for everyone and not be so exclusive to only a certain group of people.
Yeah, I guess I will agree on that. It's more on the community. We really have to look into how we should design buildings for the community instead of just exclusivity. But yeah, so thanks, Ying, for the answer. For Ao Xiong, how do you relate the urban theory dimensions with your design/program?
Hello. My urban design theory is about functionalism by John Deng, and it's about the needs of the people, like affiliation needs, safety needs, comfort needs, and so on. So I try to relate to these needs with the spaces, and then also take inspirations from on-site elements, and then imitate and improve the settings into the community center. Yes.
Okay. Wow. Thanks, Ao Xiong, for the answer. We have a lot of questions coming in, and a lot of you guys are asking what program they use. I'm sure I think someone also answered is Lumion and all that kind of SketchUp, all that kind of thing. But we won't touch on that much. So Ao Xiong, once again, just wondering if you have any problems with the construction since the form is quite elaborated.
First of all, thank you. And yes, I have a lot of problems with the construction. And I remember I spent a lot of time trying to place the columns and also try to locate the beam and then try to make the span not to exceed 8 meters. And then so you can see from the plans there are a lot of like columns that are blend into the wall. Yeah, so some are like elongated and then some are like blends into the curved walls. Yeah, so that's how I try to minimize the impact of the columns. Try not to let them like obstruct the space. Yes.
Must have been really stressful thinking about the construction. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Ao Xiong. Okay, to Ryan Ng, what was your intention to have louvered facade all over each program and pass in this project?
Actually, I only have louvered facade for the food court. Others is just shade, not overhang and shadings. But to answer the question, where was the question?
Yeah. So
here. Okay. Oh, you mean the bridge that? I just want to provide like a shading that for the bridge that connects all the classes together, and also for the cycling culture, they can cycle there freely.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan. Wow, a lot of questions for Ao Xiong. Kasian. But yeah, great. Ao Xiong, there are not many windows placed in your design, but so won't rainwater be an issue?
Good question. They are like, if you can see, they are like voids, like cut out in the brick wall. Like many of those are like fixed glass panels. And then the windows is actually the openable timber louver facade where you can adjust the louver and also you can like open and close the whole panels. So I don't think that will be an issue for rainwater because it can be fully enclosed if you want. Yes.
And another question, have you considered the surrounding businesses if all the community there started to go only to your building?
Okay, thank you for the question. And yes, I have considered the surrounding a lot. I think my programs do not conflict with the existing business. Like the elements that I brought in, like the YEP retail programs and also the My Pride programs, the retail, we have only have two retails and then one drinks bar. And then it's not really found in the surrounding area. So it's more like trying to bringing the elements from really far away into the site. Yeah, so like tying them all together so they kind of complement each other instead of conflicting with each other. Yes.
Okay, so you're basically complementing the whole community itself.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for that answer, Ao Xiong. Sorry, I know a lot of people are asking like, what do they do? Oh, okay. I think got one question from Seeing. How does your building respond contextually?
So for my design, I decided to my design basically it came about from deciding what the users needed. So I opted to actually contrast the surroundings like physically in order to kind of like create this escape for them, because I figured that if I made the building um exactly like how all the buildings were around, then they would still feel the same if they entered to my site. But facade wise, I didn't include it in my presentation, but I made the exterior facade with like more materials that were seen in Chowkit Mall, while the inside, the interior facing facade was like more on like timber and steel, so it would be more contrasting.
Okay, and another for Seeing, do you feel adding an arts and culture building is redundant to the surrounding, or do you feel it's important to the site?
I feel like it's important because it's sort of like an homage to what Chowkit used to be. The site there used to be like two cinemas, and there used to be a lot of people who really prioritize arts and entertainment back in time. But now that it's all gone and being replaced with the wholesale industry, so I feel like it's important to reintroduce that so that Chowkit doesn't just become a wholesale and transport hub in the future.
Okay, thanks, Seeing, for the answer. Okay. So far, we have addressed a lot of questions, right? Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Ryan, you can read this. You had him Godsmack. Yeah. Does anyone else have any other questions besides 3D? Besides what softwares and all those common questions? If not, I think we can wrap up. Our Q&A session. Oh God. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I think we can wrap up our Q&A session. So thank you everyone for those who have asked your questions. And if you have like any other questions, maybe you guys suddenly thought of some questions that you want to ask the speakers here today, feel free to approach them personally, because they will be more than happy to address and answer all your questions. So yeah, feel free to contact them personally. And with that, congratulations to all the degree speakers. And yeah, you guys did an amazing job. So let's give them one last applause. Woo! All right. So that concludes our degree speakers. Our speakers from the degree program. And actually, in a short while, we'll be having our master students coming in to share about their outstanding projects as well. So stay tuned for that. But before that session, we actually have an exciting session planned out for you guys today. So today we actually have a guest speaker coming from the professional industry here today to share with you about his project integrating with the current pandemic situation. But before I get the speaker to come in, I'll just kindly invite our moderator for this session. So you might have heard of her before, and she's basically our senior and our architecture alumni, Crystal Wong. So yeah, Crystal, are you here?
Hi.
Hi, Crystal.
Good afternoon, everybody.
It's been a while, Crystal.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so with that said, I think I'll pass the floor to you, Crystal.
All right. I hope everyone's great. I guess I'll be introducing the moderator. So I'm also very surprised. I mean, not surprised, but I'm quite inspired to see everybody's work. I definitely miss my uni times. I miss the pure learning. I also miss how everyone would come and deconstruct and construct your ideas together. So let me go and read our moderator's profile. All right. Architect William T. We met him. So last year before the lockdown, we were representing Taylor's University for this anthology festival. It's an international live competition event in Philippines, Manila. So me, Shenzi, Shannon, and Coit and a team, we were invited by Mr. Prince. And so what we did there was to participate this competition, and throughout the event it's like a 3-day live competition where they give you the brief on the spot and you have to prepare the board, work on the site, and also present it. And architect William T is the founder and also the host of this entire event. He also owns WTA Architecture and Design Studio. He is a social architect. He is also the director of Shelter Magazine and the Bookstop Project. He writes the column for City of Tomorrow, and he's a strong advocate for social architecture that promotes an architecture that builds communities. So I guess he's the perfect architect to join us this evening, especially the fact that throughout uni we do a lot of community-based projects. I'm sure you students would be excited to ask him a thing or two of community-driven projects. So let's a round of applause. Let's invite architect William T to join us.
Hi, Crystal. Thanks for that introduction. Yeah, so I guess it's nice to see everyone here today. Seeing you in this very vibrant forum. Sharing your projects and all that. So I'd like to share with you our projects on social architecture. So right now, I think this is what I have for everyone. So today I'm sharing our ideas about social architecture as an office, and mainly I'm going to talk about 3 things. I'm going to talk about social architecture, architects' role in society, and how architecture can build our communities. So I think this journey that we kind of took going into social architecture started with kind of the perfect story. So we were actually designing libraries, and when you're designing a library, you're always being asked, are libraries still relevant? Do people still read books? And me personally, I love libraries and I love books. So I figured maybe it's the way we build our libraries that needs to change. And so we had this spot in Intramuros, Manila, in Plaza Roma. And before it was actually kind of this underutilized space and parkscape. And so we said, what if we inserted a library in the park? And so we came up with the Bookstop project. And after building this Bookstop project, we moved it around the city, to different places, trying to get how people actually accept libraries today. And what we found is that there is so much demand for books, really. So maybe it's how we design the spaces, how it can be more open, how it can be more integrated into our daily lives. That's much more needed. And so we hosted programs, we hosted activities and events And kind of like, in a way, the bookstop or the library itself really serves as a community hub, and it's almost like a beacon in the night, or like a campfire where everyone can gather. And one of the benefits of kind of like designing intimate space is that you see children relating to it. You see how children like to have the freedom that they don't usually have in institutional spaces like libraries, right? You see how they can kind of like enjoy themselves, and it's something that's very inclusive. And one of the kind of like unexpected effects of this was like we had these street children come in, and these are people who are kids who've never even been to a library, who don't know what a public library is, right? And every moment that you can actually get some of these street kids off the street and reading books, I think it's a big win for society. And so after building the bookstop project, garnering all the data, now we're actually opening the bookstop project in kind of like the premier mall in our country, and we're talking to the biggest shopping mall developer here. And we're trying to make libraries kind of like permanent fixtures in the different shopping malls. And so I think it's a sea change, especially in Southeast Asia and the Philippines in particular, where shopping malls are kind of like serving as one of our vital public spaces, to have a library present in each and every one of them. And so, this story about social architecture got us to thinking about different things, about how we can move architecture forward. And, this is one of my favorite photos of the bookstop project. I think, during, our practice as an architect, you can build spaces that are as big as cities, but maybe, having a headline photo, of a small project just after the presidential elections, I think it's kind of like a proud moment for us, and it's always been our favorite photo of the bookstop. And the headline says "seamless transfer of power." So I think in a way, it's really about trying to transfer power from our institutions back to the people. And one of the things that we have been looking at this is that we need to create social intimacy. And when you go to the Philippines, one of the things that you will see everywhere is you will find that the whole country is divided into different barangays. And so there are basically around 40,000 barangays in our country. And each of these barangays will have a barangay hall. So these barangay halls, they serve as the front line for government. They're like the first point of contact for people with government, especially during times like the pandemic now, where any kind of like public aid is distributed actually through these barangays. And another structure that you will find everywhere in our country is you'll find chapels. The Philippines is a heavily Roman Catholic country, and there are about 3,000 parishes all over the country, and much, much more chapels. Basically, you will find a chapel inside hospitals, inside funeral parlors, inside shopping malls, on random street corners. And what this means is that the two biggest institutions in our country, the church and the state, have realized that for them to reach out to the people, they have to be everywhere. They have to make the architecture or the buildings go to the people instead of having people come to them. And so, this is a sea change in how we experience architecture. It's almost like the difference between your desktop computer and your mobile phone. It's about convenience and creating very hyper local spaces. And, we actually further developed this after we worked with the Spanish embassy on this Museo del Prado, which, was kind of like our idea of like how a museum can actually be present, in our daily lives. And the idea is that when you're going to a museum, it's almost like this amazing race where you're trying to tick off all the pieces of art that you want to see. But how can we change this and make art, part of our everyday life? How can we make it accessible to everyone? How can we make it open? How can we encourage people who never go to museums to have art become part of their daily lives? And I think that's really the difference in terms of like the institutions and the infrastructure that we're trying to build. We're trying to build social architecture that is inclusive, that is for everyone. And that brings us to the next point about social architecture, which is basically about freedom of movement. And architects, we always like to talk about accessibility. And a lot of our buildings or our institutions actually discriminate so much against a big slice of our population, right? Very often when you're entering any one of our institutions, you need an ID, you need to have the proper clothes or proper attire. And, there are almost like 6 or 7 steps too many before you get to the actual books or artwork you want to go to. You have to go through a fence, you have to go through a door, you have to go through security, you have to register, you have to get information. And in a lot of ways, this excludes, people who or discriminates against people who don't have the time, or who can't afford to travel, or people who are busy working, right? And so we felt like, this reflects in a lot of the architecture we actually have in our city. For example, this is one of the main or most beautiful gardens in our city called the Mehan Garden. And it's actually walled off and fenced off from everyone. And so we took it as a goal that in a country where you can see security guards everywhere, as you guys might have noticed when you come here, was that how can we make our buildings or our structures more porous, more welcoming? How can we remove barriers and allow for freedom of movement? So when we were tasked to design this stadium in one of the northern provinces of the Philippines, we kind of like ended up with this idea of like opening up the stadium itself and creating a stadium park. And this came about because largely Filipinos, we don't play baseball or football, we play basketball. And so a lot of our stadiums, they end up becoming underutilized public spaces or white elephants. And so when we were kind of like looking at this site and we realized that we actually had this park, to the south of the site and a school beside it, we said, we can actually turn this stadium into an extension of the park. If you look at this, the stadium grounds itself, the soccer pitch, it actually multiplies, the available public space, in the area. And by removing the road that kind of like bisects the stadium from the school, now you're turning the stadium itself into public space for this university. And so what we did was we basically just chopped off one side of the stadium and said, we're going to allow anyone to walk in. It's going to be something, it's going to be a parkscape. It's going to be parkland instead of like a stadium where you only have, maybe activities and programs like twice a year for festivals and so forth. And this is what we did. And the idea is that it's a space for everyone. It's not a space that has to be reserved or like where you can only go there when you have tickets or anything like that. But it's a space that you can just wander into. Even the sides are all open. And so the idea here is that architecture should not be discriminatory. It should be open and welcoming to everyone. And then another idea about social architecture that we kind of like latched onto is this idea about a social scale. Architects always talk about the human scale, but we feel like our social infrastructure must take on another aspect, which is this aspect of social scale that tries to connect each and every one of us. I think in a very dense, in our growing mega cities, a lot of the streetscape or the land or the urban scape actually serves to separate us instead of kind of like binding us together. Now, if you look at the entire city of Metro Manila, it's actually bisected by the Pasig River. And yet in our city, there is not a single pedestrian bridge. And so when we kind of like got into this project, it was really for us like almost like a prototype into how we can, build more pedestrian bridges, how we can activate personal mobility in our city. And yet Filipinos, we've forgotten how to use pedestrian bridges. We have not been we've thought of bridges as crossing points instead of spaces where we can actually gather and where we can connect with each other. And so one of the things that we wanted to do beyond architecture was to be able to create program. We wanted to think, so architecture goes beyond the structure. The building itself goes on even after construction ends. And architecture continues into the program, into the activities, into this kind of like calendar of events, if you may, that allow places and spaces to kind of like fully develop and come into fruition. So this is the pedestrian bridge, and it's called the River Lane, and it's a very simple structure. And the idea is that it's the program that will bring the bridge back and make it come alive. So I think the question that we want to ask is that we often ask, for whom do we build? But rather, I think we should ask, by whom is it being built? And what this means is that we bring everyone in our communities together. So this is the pavilion that we actually built at Anthology Festival last February, last 2020, February 2020, just before we got into the lockdown. And for us, really, the idea was, trying to come up with something that can be built fast, using, readily available materials and without, thick blueprints and documents. I wanted to be able to kind of like detach architecture from documentation and say that, the architecture is happening in the building and not in the drawings. I think oftentimes architects, we forget, the fact that we are actually building and not doing drawings, and we fall in love with our drawings too much and forget that what we're building are actually spaces and structures for people to actually live in. And so, this was actually the first step that led us to kind of like the emergency quarantine facilities. Manila was kind of like latched into an incredible lockdown back then. And so, we thought to ourselves, using this kind of like arch prototype and typology, we can actually build and hospital or augment our hospitals in 5 days. So with 20 people in 5 days, you can actually build one of these facilities and provide 16 beds or so per facility. And the important thing here is that you have to have an architect on site, as Jeffrey, who's actually in this forum, is one of us. Then you have an architect on site because you have to make a lot of decisions on site, and you have to actually learn from the builders. You're actually learning from the people who are building this and trying to augment or adjust this to adapt to whatever space is available. Then you can make it into a very quick response and allow it to happen quite fast. And so at first we were thinking about building 4 prototypes and saying, let the public build. But then quickly we were kind of like overtaken by events. And so we had to ramp up production. And I think at one point we were building in 28 different sites with about 500 people. And in the end, we built about 1,500 beds. And I think the rest of the country also built, an equal number of beds. And so even now, this is still the main response, of the Philippines towards quarantine facilities. Much of the facilities are still being used. The government is still continuously building the facilities. And all this happens because you make the architecture simple enough for everyone. You make it scalable, you make it fast, and you make the drawings very simple. So we actually basically provided just these 3 drawings, which are plans, elevations, and sections. And what you actually need is to galvanize kind of like the whole community to build together. So for example, we had soldiers, we had engineers, we had doctors with us. And, really it's about having people or architects who are willing to be on the ground, people who are willing to be at the front lines and kind of like imagine and kind of like embrace our role as for architects, as builders in our society. And in the end, there are so many people involved in the project like this that it's really something that you will feel like it's very fulfilling as an architect, because then you can see how you can make an impact, how social impact, is really attached to the structures, how the buildings that we are building, the architecture that we build has a profound effect on the community. And you galvanize people from all walks of life, from workers, engineers, doctors. And it's almost like seeing how architecture can be something that is vital to society, how architecture can bring everyone together, how we can exist as a hub, how we can tie things together, like bringing vendors in and all that. And so this is basically how the structure looks like. It's a very simple wooden frame. The idea was, there's Jeff, the idea was we use wood and plastic, which are readily available in our country. So anywhere in our archipelago that you go to, you will find wood and plastic. These are materials that are very forgiving. Anyone can use them without any special equipment or know-how. And it's something that can be built fast and efficiently by the communities themselves. And so what happens was we actually found this being built, in different islands throughout our archipelago. We have 7,000 islands in our country, and even, the idea of like making architecture very collaborative, open sourcing it, allowing it to change on the spot, not being kind of like, there's this idea of being trapped in the moment. And architecture oftentimes is trapped, by the blueprints that so strongly dictate how architecture turns out. But I think this was a learning, process in terms of like how architecture can actually be reliant on the people who are actually building these structures, how it can actually be reliant, on conditions on site. And so I think, in a way, it was kind of like something that shows, when you're building really for something that is important, day or night, you have to go on, you have to continue. You do whatever it takes, and then architecture becomes important, and then we fulfill our roles in our society. So these are a few of the structures that we built. Some of them range from about 120 beds, 50 beds, 30 beds, but the predominant module is about 16 beds or so. And really, there were so many different uses for them. Some of them were being used for like emergency operating rooms. Some of them were being used for housing for the healthcare workers and staff. And we invited different architects, and they actually, used whatever materials available. There were versions that were built in steel. We built versions in polycarbonate and stuff like that. But the important thing is that the important idea here is it has to be scalable, it has to be done, and it has to be done quickly. And so, by open sourcing the plans, people from different islands in our country were able to build their own facilities. They're able to come up with, to bring together their own communities and actually participate. And even our friends in Singapore were able to kind of like build, I think, 3,000 beds of these facilities also in Singapore. And so it became kind of like a very relevant private response to how we can, deal with shortage and the pandemic in our country. And then finally, I think I'd like to share with you guys the latest project that we worked on, which is this master plan for kind of like a new city in Manila. And it's a reclamation project in Manila Bay, and we called it Manilenyo. Because primarily what we wanted to do was we wanted to kind of like design something that would evoke, the character or what's special about Manila. So, Metro Manila is kind of like this sprawling urban agglomeration that stretches 86 kilometers to the north and 110 kilometers to the south. Because, basically we're squeezed between the mountains and the bay. And so reclamation allows us to find, more space in the core of our city, lessen travel time, increase density in the center, and basically, make people live better lives despite the traffic congestion that we see everywhere in our city. So what we tried to do here was we basically tried to build settlements along a canal park. This canal park connects the three islands, and it kind of like gives a certain landscape, to this otherwise blank canvas. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to build communities instead of doing a top-down master plan. I think master plan, especially for ever more complex cities, must begin to change from kind of like this command and control structure to more of a management, of relationships between different buildings, different areas of our cities. And so what we're trying to do here is we're trying to build these 28, different settlements along the river. And these spaces are by the bay or by the canal park. And what happens is that we want them to grow individually, as they come toward, as they develop along in the future. And each of them will have their own distinct features. Each of them will have their own common space, because what a community is a community is a group of people who grow around a shared experience. And then by doing 28 of these different settlements, you're creating soft borders that differentiates and characterizes each of these communities. And so I guess since time is kind of short, that's the last project I'm going to show you. But I think I want to leave you with the idea that we don't want to plan our cities, but we just want to build communities. So thank you.
Thank you so much, William. Thank you for your very inspiring presentation, and we actually wish you could share more. So then, we definitely have a lot more time. So, before I crunch out the key points and also ask a few questions, I would like to ask the public if there's any questions first.
Hi, hello.
Hi.
Hi, Crystal.
Thank you for taking your time off to moderate our international guest speaker. Also, welcome to Taylor's University Architect William. Okay,
Hi,
nice to see
Prince.
you again. It's a pleasure having
Nice.
you here. Okay, I
Thank you.
don't have
Thank
a
you.
question. Probably I'll let the public ask the question. I just want to say hi and welcome. Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any questions? All right. It's okay. Let's talk about your projects that you have presented. So a few key takeaways. I think you have really redefined shopping malls, public spaces in a great way where you're designing libraries for the public and children that can now share this learning experience. Because even in Malaysia, we have glamorized shopping malls a lot. So um, also to talk about how architects are trapped by their blueprints. I guess here you really point out how important it is for architects or designers, creative individuals to be more flexible by the way we work. And when you talked also about this Manila Naval Hospital, where Jeffrey was involved, you mentioned how you have 4 prototypes, and at the same time, you guys were working day and night. It has to be scalable, done quickly, and somehow it involves a great teamwork. Could you also share with us how, from the very beginning, where COVID happened, architects are in need to design these resilient spaces for the frontliners? And when you mentioned how from the very beginning you have blueprints, but how do you at the same time design on the go where time is short? Yeah, could
Yeah.
you share
So
with us? Yeah.
so I think it it was good that we actually had the experience of building the pavilion at Anthology previously before this. So we kind of like knew we could do it. So what happened was, I think the first conversation we had about this was March 24th, like late in the evening. By March 25th, I was talking to kind of like, my friends, other people in the industry, figuring out how we can build this. I think the 26 and 20 by 25, 26, we were already getting funding. This was a publicly or like privately funded. So we had to generate funding for each of these facilities. And then 27th, we were delivering materials. And by March 28th, we were actually already building. And I think we finished the first one April 1st. And so I think it's important to be able to kind of like have, that's why research is important. That's why you have to constantly be trying to do new things, because when it's needed and the knowledge is there, I think that's what it really shows, that a lot of times our practices, we try to attack the problems before that are in front of us. But I think architecture must extend beyond that and actually try to imagine things that can come forward in the future, and so we are ready when these problems arise.
For that, how do you think architects, or perhaps let's say aspiring architects, could evolve the fact that now we are in the midst of change? Do you think architects should be more, instead of individualistic, but to be more interdependent, more of collaboration, or perhaps we need to get out of the box?
Well, I think, like I said, one of the things that actually prevent us from being more collaborative is this idea that we have to strictly follow, blueprints, right? And I think there has to be a change in terms of how that is moving forward. If we want architecture to be more adaptive, for it to be more flexible, which every architect says that's what we want. But how do we do that? How do we actually make that happen? I think recently there's this, actually in the Philippines or in Manila, we're once more under lockdown. And there's these people who have been building community pantries that are kind of like open to everyone, right? And yet government has been trying to stop it because of permits and all that. And so I think the system itself needs to change in terms of like how we deal with ad hoc structures like these, and how they can actually, if they can serve the community, why not? And so maybe a more consultative process instead of a more like I said, instead of a command and control structure, it should be more of a management of relationship and context. I think that should be encouraged.
All right, that's constructive. Now, if we were to deconstruct your mind, because you are a social architect, you write, it trains you to be hyper aware of your surroundings, current issues, and somewhat sensitive to the needs of public. So, to deconstruct your mind, could you share with us how do you view the world? How do you structure the way you think?
Well, I think I still see the world as a sandbox. Like I've always like toys, comic books, maps, and so I feel like architecture should be fun. We should be enjoying it, and then so building different structures, different typologies, writing. You learn every time. It's almost like I see each article almost like a project where you're trying to gather information and data, and also trying to propose new ideas. And same with architecture and the buildings that we do, right? So I think it should be fun. First thing, we should not forget that point, or else why else are we doing architecture? But also I think it's you have to view it as an urban laboratory where you have to try to be bold enough to make experiments or to propose new things that for example, when we're building the quarantine facilities, I think a lot of people were saying like, okay, that's nice, but who's gonna do it? Or they were saying like, it won't work because you need this. Because you remember last March, the pandemic was still new, and then whatever is required for these facilities were still up in the air. The WHO didn't even have proper guidelines at that time. So, but you just have to be willing to address the problem, and be willing to do whatever it takes, I think sometimes. And so I think it's this kind of like boldness, to challenge preconceived notions. And this comes from the idea that architecture is fun and you're just playing around. So I think that's really how we view everything.
Would you say it fuels you? It's what inspires you.
I think, of course, we're all inspired by context and the situations where we grew up in. I grew up in Tondo, which is basically the densest district in the densest city in the world. This idea of having people everywhere being more able to relate to a bigger diversity, of people, to be able to like see people live in different ways. I think that allows you to kind of like be more aware, be more on the ground, and I think that really ties into what we like to do.
I think Hollywood has glamorized the way how architects are, in suits and ties. So let me read out a few questions the floor has asked. What were the main challenges that you and your team has faced throughout designing the quarantine facilities?
Well, of course, the main challenge is convincing people in authority, right? Persons who are actually in charge of doing something and yet are unable to do so. They are very doubtful, right? Because if they can't do it, why can you? So that's one thing. So I think it's important to be able to bring in as many people in the broader community as possible, because then you have a stronger voice, also to speak, because you have more diverse viewpoints, not just architects. So I think that's why I always say, like, one of the question is by whom, right? Not for whom. Like, who is building, right? I think it cannot just be us architects. And as architecture moves forward, we have to see architecture not ending as construction ends, but actually continuing beyond, the life cycle of a building.
The life cycle of the building. There's a lot of compliments of your presentation. They love your idea of breaking barriers to make spaces more accessible. We would say permeable and also more seamless. So the question is, could you elaborate on how you could balance between security and permeability?
Yeah, one of the things that came about when we first did the bookstop project was this idea that, okay, we're probably going to lose all the books in a week. because there's no librarian, there's no security, it's open to everyone. And yet we ended up with more books than we can actually put on the shelves, because people also give, right? People also donate. And I think sometimes you just have to believe in the goodness of people, right? I think the same situation goes with the community pantries being built right now. I mean, they could disappear overnight if someone really took everything. But beyond that, I think there's also communal security, right? Something, I think this is the broken window thing that was proposed by Giuliani back in New York City back then. Is that, something that is more visible with more eyes on it, it creates this communal security. One of the newer residences we're building, actually, we were able to convince the owners not to put indoors. So people can actually just walk into the house, actually. But anyway, I think I would like to believe in the essential goodness of people, but of course, security is always an issue. But there are many ways of doing passive barriers. Like, for example, that house I was mentioning had a very long corridor before you actually get inside. And it was more like a gallery that you had to pass through. And so, of course, you can set off a lot of alarms, along this corridor or stuff like that. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, security is more communal, and primarily what we're building are social infrastructure, which means it's for the people and should not be excluding people anyway.
Yeah, social architecture is for the public.
I think security should not be a good word in architecture. I think we all think of security as a good word, but security really means exclusion.
Would you say that when we have a safe architecture public space, it also means it segregates the community? Would you say so?
I wouldn't say so. I don't think architecture can only be safe when it segregates. Like I said, the more eyeballs you have on a space, the more people in a space. I mean, if you watch Hollywood, right? You always meet in a public space. You always, that's the safest space you can be, where more people can see actually what's going on. And people are social by nature. We're social creatures. And for example, we don't like walking down empty halls, right? We're apprehensive or anxious when we have long empty corridors, and especially when it's dark, this whole idea of a haunted house, right? And it's the same with streetscapes. We don't like dead streets. We don't like empty plazas or empty squares. And you see, if a square is empty, it will remain empty, right? And so I think security or safety is actually communal. And that's why people live together in cities, right? The whole point of living in a city actually is also for safety.
Yeah. So there's this one question that is very intriguing for many of us. It asks, how did you successfully establish an architecture company that focuses entirely in designing for the people? Because a lot of companies are struggling. They have no choice but to maximize profits, and perhaps that's also what the client wants. So could you tell us?
I think it would be a fallacy or a lie to say that we only do projects that embrace social architecture. But I think more and more as we put forth and talk about the ideas that actually interest us, then you get the clients who are actually interested in these ideas, right? So of course you begin by doing less of, more projects that are more commercial. But as you start talking about the projects that you're interested in, as you start sharing them, as they start, being built and executed, then like-minded people will start coming to you because that's what they want. That's what they're looking for. And so I think that's, the cycle that goes through. But you just have to be bold enough to make that first step, that first project, right?
Were you ever doubtful from the very beginning?
I'm always doubtful. Like I said, like when we built that library, we said like you're probably gonna lose all these books in a week. When we built the quarantine facilities, we were like, how are we? Because back then we couldn't even get that car out. We couldn't even get a truck. All the stores were closed. So we actually had to go to the military to borrow their military trucks, and soldiers to actually open up the warehouses. And so like, there's so many roadblocks, but yet it's about wanting to do it. Because if you want to do something, even if there's so many roadblocks and obstacles, you will try to figure out a way. It's like trying to It's like when you're courting a girl, right? Even if there's a lot of hindrances, you'll find a way. So it's about wanting it, I think, wanting it enough.
We could feel your passion many kilometers away from from this space. Perhaps I could also say that you're purpose driven to serve the community. Would you say so?
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways, a big part of me is an advocate for my city. In fact, I am more attached to my city than to my country in a lot of ways. And so that's how I really feel. Like, one of my main goals as an architect is really to build a better city for myself, not for anyone else, but for myself, because I want to enjoy my city.
When we were in Manila last year, from the airport to the hotel, we noticed that children were playing basketball under the highway. And I was like, wow, that's culture shock because, people would naturally socialize or to make full use of underutilized spaces. So here's the question: what are the main challenges faced to initiate engaging public spaces in the context of Manila?
Well, I was actually one of those kids before. So I used to play basketball on the streets. But, this idea actually that, a lot of times we design plazas, right, and parks, and we forget that we actually have to activate and introduce them to people. And that's why you end up with, for example, a city like Manila, where we barely have any public space, and yet you will see a lot of plazas that are empty. A lot of our public squares are not utilized properly, and of course, so a few things go into this, right? A lot of them are fenced off or secured, from the public. Also, a lot of them, people just don't know how to use them, because we actually did a study of like how we are using our sidewalks here. A lot of Filipinos, we see the sidewalk in front of our houses as the main public space. That's it. We are very attached to the sidewalk in front of our house, but we forget that there's a park somewhere or a public space that we can actually go to. And so we will fight with everyone for rights to, intrude into the public space in front of us, but we don't know that we actually have the right to use the space that's far off in the center of the city. And so I think we have to start looking at urban design or planning as something that includes program. That's something that includes events and activities. And architects actually spearhead this because we are there from the beginning of a project. We are the ones who conceptualize the project, and we know or we believe that we can understand what is relevant for the space and the project.
So you would say it's program driven?
Well, a lot of architects are pretty much program driven. Look into our work. We don't really have any stylistic tendency, but rather I think our spaces is really dictated by program. And however the building will look like in the end is just a byproduct.
Last two questions, but let's talk about the program base first. During the live festival competition, we were kind of stuck of not sure what program to put into our proposal. So Mr. Prince said, oh, the locals, we love three things: basketball, pageant, and singing. That was like, that's right, that's what we're gonna have in our building, that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, and I'm also in touch with Arvin from your office, so we talk about that quite often. So for the second last question, to link back to your point earlier, why do you think that the plazas or public spaces are underutilized?
Well, like I said, I think we have so we have to realize we are living in against the framework of a very feudal society, right? Where you have big landowners, big land holdings. And so tentatively, the psyche of the common person is really that the available space to them is that which they occupy and own, and the ones that are immediately in front of them, right? So there's a detachment from what public space really means, because we were not trained or we did not have that culture gathering in squares, and like, for example, voicing out our opinions, right? So what happens then? I think as Asians, even not just Filipinos, what we do in public squares is we celebrate there, we gather there, maybe we enjoy ourselves, but largely we do not find protest as a regular part of our society, right? And so why don't we protest? Because we don't seem to have a very strong ownership of those public spaces. So I think we are very micro in terms of like what we claim, ownership to, and we are hesitant to lay ownership towards public spaces that are farther away from us. And so I think it's this like sense of ownership and what your privilege and what your right is as an individual that's missing.
We need like sense of ownership of our spaces. So for the last question, this would be perhaps useful for the students. Could you share a few important skills or values that best served you in your architecture career?
Well, I think values is always easier. For me, there's just two things, right? You need passion and ambition. If you're ambitious, you will keep doing whatever you're doing, regardless of failure and the challenges or obstacles. If you're passionate, you'll never get tired of it. So those two values, I think, are more important than anything else in architecture or in life in general, right? But in terms of like skill sets, I think it's important that you're able to listen. Being the ability to listen, to actually comprehend and understand other people, to be able to actually relate to a more diverse and wider selection of people than your immediate friends or immediate family. I think those are things, and if you may say, it's empathy. Actually, we need to have empathy, and that allows us to kind of like, it's not really humility, but a sense of humility or being more humble towards what other people think. Really, I think those are important things for us to be able to manage how we continue to build for the greater society.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you, William, for your time and generously sharing your passion. I miss my lecturers, but COVID brought us together, and COVID brought us, William, closer to us. So thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Hope you have fun. The next few hours. Looking forward to it.
We hope to join you for the next Anthology Fest.
I do hope so. I do hope to have everyone go on board again. Hopefully next February we'll be out of this pandemic. Right, Prince?
Yeah. Thanks so much, William. Yeah. Hope to see you.
I have not tried that egg. I've not
really?
tried that.
Okay, the next time you're here.
I definitely want to. I miss my hello.
Jeffrey will let you try it.
Okay. The food is amazing. The people are so warm there.
I'm glad you guys had fun. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, William.
Okay.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Mr. Prince and team.
All right. So once again, thank you, Architect William, for the amazing session, as well as thank you to our very bubbly moderator, Crystal, for hosting that session as well. It's an honor to have you guys. And once again, to Architect William T, welcome to Taylor's. All right. So before we go on to the master students, we actually have a short little plug in once again. So give me a sec. All right. So here it is. Where is it? Sorry for the delay. All right, so we would like to introduce to you to Taylor's Architecture Graduate Exhibition of 2021, also titled as Deconstruct, so featuring the graduate class of both the Bachelor's and Master's class of August 2020. In this 9-day virtual event, they'll be sharing their works, ideas, and knowledge unveiled to you in hopes to encourage others to do the same. So the event will be on the 15th to 23rd of May, which is quite soon, a month from now. And it will consist of a virtual exhibition, talks, software workshops, mini competitions, as well as a garage sale where you can get all your materials on a slightly cheaper price. So here's a glimpse of our exciting talks coming your way. So featuring a panel of outstanding speakers and interesting yet relatable topics. So the talks are how to take architecture outside the traditional practice and how to design, and also how to decide where to go for masters. And lastly, how to self-critique to better your design. So all these talks are very, very beneficial and definitely will improve your university life as well as your future tremendously. So we welcome you all to not only witness our events, but to also join in the conversation. So to commemorate the event, we will be releasing 2 publications. The first being the Design Anthology, which features over 100 works from both bachelor's and master's students. The second publication is called How to Survive Architecture, something that is relatable to us architecture students. So this graphic publication features informative topics and curated tips and tricks for architecture students. So they're currently running a pre-order sale from now until the 10th of May. So feel free, if you're interested in getting one, you can find out more on the Instagram page. And lastly, of course, do follow Deconstruct on Instagram and Facebook to stay updated on their upcoming events, and as well as to check out what's going on with this graduate exhibition. So stay tuned to find out how you can win yourself a copy of the Tropical Malaysian House 2. So make sure you follow them so you won't miss out. And that's for the graduate exhibition. So I'm sure the graduated students wish you to join them along with this exhibition. So hope to see you guys there. But with that said, let us continue on with our student showcase, all the way from the master's program. So I hope you guys are ready, because without further ado, let's dive right in. So these students are the people who are pursuing their part 2 and are actually getting one step closer to their AR title. So let's begin by welcoming our first showcase from the master program. We have from Master Semester 1, Lim Zhao Yin, accompanied by his tutor, Dr. Keith Tan, to present his project. So the floor is yours, Zhao Yin.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Hi, my name is Lim Zhao Yin. I'm currently in Master Sem 2, and I was also a Taylor's alumni. I was in Taylor's for degree. So before I begin, I'd like to thank 3 things. First of all, thank you for having me as part of a Future Thinker. I think this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. And secondly, thank you, Dr. Keith Tan, for actually having, how do I say this, for actually conducting the studio as smooth sailing as possible despite the pandemic crisis. And lastly, thank you, my friends who are actually supporting me behind the screen. Okay, you guys are making this sem very, very much bearable. So, okay, so let's begin with the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lim Zhao Yin, and I'll be presenting my Master's Semester 1 final project, titled The Catalyst. The project brief is a tropical high-rise dwelling with regards to the culture and community of the Pudu Wet Market area. Before I begin, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Keith Tan for his guidance throughout this project. His effort is very much appreciated. So let us begin the presentation by talking about the site. The site is located adjacent to the Pudu Wet Market area, consisting of a plot of land with a refuse building and a low-cost housing apartment where we are to assume that it would be demolished. Due to the small area, our initial site was then expanded where we were allowed to build across the main road, except on the ground floor, and to have an overhead clearance of exceeding or equal to 4.5 meters, as stated in the UBBL. So here is a picture of the wet market area with the red highlighting our site. As seen here in these photos, the presence of market stalls make the site look chaotic, not to mention the various architectural styles that can be seen in just one street. Located next to the low-cost housing is Hotel Richmore, which is perceived as a negative aspect of the site due to it being used as a brothel. Here you can see the overall picture of the site, where the low-cost housing is sandwiched in between the hotel and the vacant market hall Pudu. That is the jacket-looking block. And the refuse building is also placed directly at the entrance of Pasar Pudu, which can be perceived as another negative aspect on the site. Before we go into the design process, here is a sneak peek of the area view for my proposal. I started my design by firstly looking into the morphology of the site, and what I can see from the figure ground diagram was that with each 20 years, starting from 1959, 2 years after the Declaration of Independence, significant changes can be seen happening around the Pudu wet market area, where development was in the so-called blooming process. But as seen in 2020, despite the 2-decade time span, not many changes have happened, and this has got me questioning why. Based on my interpretation, I feel that this is because of complacency, where people are comfortable in their current state that they are reluctant to move forward, or they do not feel the need to. From the data gathered from the existing community, the pie chart here shows the age groups found in the respective site, where the majority consists of adults and the elderly, from 36 years old and above. In terms of social class, the existing community is mostly made up of local residents, visitors, and commuters. And then there is the temple volunteers, vagrants, and escorts as the minority. Whereas in terms of working class, it is mostly vendors, shop owners, and workers. The suppliers, migrant workers, cleaners, and Rela are part of the minor group. As Pudu is located adjacent to Kuala Lumpur, the hotspot for job opportunities, and given the public transportation access located within walking distance from the site, as seen in this slide consisting of bus, trains, and taxis, this has paved the way for an opportunity to introduce a new user group into the site. That is the newly job seekers, or the so-called white-collar group. My thought process starts off by retaining the existing residential retail typology from the existing low-cost housing, and then identifying certain issues on site. As you can see here, the refuse building is in front of Pasar Pudu and the existing residential retail block, giving off a negative view to the site. The 5-foot walkway is also occupied by vendor stalls, making the frontage of the existing retails inefficient as well as disrupting the walkability. To overcome this, the refuse building is firstly relocated to allow for an open space. The vendors are then relocated to this space to maximize business opportunities, as it is now more visible to passers-by. The retail would also regain their active frontage. The space is then elevated as a plaza to cater for more functions, and the existing retail is to be permeable to create connectivity from the front and back, to revitalize the usage of the back lane. Next, a link bridge is introduced to create a linkage between the two buildings and to create an endless pedestrian cycle to prompt a walkable lifestyle. Here, the idea of introducing the new user group as a catalyst to the site to encourage growth and development. And here is what is expected to be the outcome where the new user group is now part of the existing community. Then separating the public and private access, where the resident access is in the main high-rise dwelling of the proposal. And lastly, I've introduced various spatial usages, including community halls, which is a flexi communal space that the activities are going to be decided by the community, and a cafe that acts as a node that caters for the younger age groups. So here, if nothing is done to prompt growth in the existing community, they may soon cease to exist with the trials of time. So the main idea here is to introduce a new community together with the proposal as a tool to work along with the existing to create a sustainable community. Moving on to the design exploration, as we know the site lacks of greenery, I wanted to implement various kinds of green designs in my proposal, for instance, a terrace garden design of a car parking space, but the idea was scrapped as the site was a bit too small. So instead, a basement parking was introduced together with a green link bridge. I also wanted each unit to have their private garden capturing views and vistas on the higher planes. And here is a process of how I visualized my building would look like. So in terms of climate analysis, we found that the prevailing wind is strongest from the northwest and southeast, and coincidentally this wind directly cuts through our site. So here I've actually tried to sketch how the wind flow can be redirected to my design. Here you can see that I've designed an open-ended corridor to allow the wind to pass through and to reduce the lateral wind load. The unit blocks are also placed in such a manner where the longer sides are facing outwards to maximize views. However, as the sun moves from the east to west, it is undesirable for the longer sides to face towards these two directions. So I rotated the units where the shorter sides face the sun instead. And lastly, by introducing balcony spaces in between, I was able to maximize views for each units. Moving on to the design development, so here is the boundary of the site, and the first step I did was elevate it. Next, I've located the fire staircase cores on the extreme ends of the blocks, which actually solves most of the traveling distance for fire escape routes. The high-rise is then split into half to cater for the prevailing wind as mentioned earlier, whereas in the plaza, a double volume is introduced to redirect the wind flow into Pasar Pulu. And here, by introducing various accessibility points, this creates pedestrian patterns throughout the proposal. And then the link bridge that functions as a green node to attract visitors to create a lively neighborhood. As mentioned by Yan Gao, people attract people. Next, the modular units for residential spaces are defined, and in-between spaces are added to create a sense of permeability and to cater for the balcony as mentioned earlier as well. And here, the units are rotated in such a sense that it creates a fluid pattern, as well as having the shorter sides of the blocks facing the east and west sun, and the longer sides opening up the views and vistas, framing landmarks such as the Merdeka 118 and the TRX. And finally, adding in the details, this is the final outcome of the design. So here are the drawings. Firstly, showing the exploded axonometric that will give you a sense of how the proposal is structured, and this will be a guide to the next following slides. As mentioned earlier, I wanted to maintain the building topology of the retail residential. So for the ground floor, I've actually designed the floor plan in such a way that I am giving back to the existing retail. So now each retail would be accessible from the front and back, and also being able to travel from the main road to the back lane and vice versa, thus revitalizing the back lane. Moving on to the plaza, I've designated spaces to cater for the relocated vendors and also a public seating. So this planning will create an entry point towards Pasar Pulu. So here is the view from the main road, and moving into the double volume ground floor plaza plan that makes an entrance statement to Pasar Pulu. Here is the basement car park plan, where I've used state level designs to maximize spatial usage by reducing the ramp lines. And moving on to the residential part of the design that caters for the existing residents, where initially the low-cost housing was presumed to be demolished. So again, I am giving back to the existing community. So here I've designed two types of unit layouts, A and B, where A is for a family of 3 to 4 and B is for a family of 4 to 5. The two units are designed in the sense where the balconies are mirrored, so when you stack them, these alternating patterns would be the outcome. Going back to the plaza, the first floor is designed for a cafe and public eating spaces for the usage of the community. So when you buy food from the market, you would have a space to enjoy your meal. The second and third floor is used as a communal space where the community can decide what the activities are. Here, I've actually proposed an idea where a food exhibition can be held to promote the delicacies that can be found in Pulu and maybe to attract more visitors to the site. Here is the perspective view of the cafe. And for the facade, instead of just being a layer of skin, I've actually designed it with a seating structure on the inside for people to take a rest from walking and to increase the dwelling time of people, to create a node in the plaza. Moving outwards where the residential block and plaza connect again, I've introduced a green link bridge to go green, literally speaking, to create this softscape on a higher plane. There is also a foyer that can be used for relaxing, chilling, or picnics, and also co-working spaces for the usage of the newly job seekers or white collars to conduct or finish up their work. So here's a series of views walking towards the co-working space from the link bridge to the foyer and slowly towards the co-working space. In reaching the main gist of the design, the residential units cater for the new user group. Here, I would like to emphasize on creating different identities for the same group of people. There are 4 types of unit layout for this user group. The type C is an open plan concept catered for the individual, with a more luxurious style of living. Type D may be for a couple, with extra sitting spaces to invite friends over, also an open concept. And type E, a super single design with a single bed, for introverts or people who do not like to have social interaction after an exhausting day of work. And lastly, type F, a dormitory style of living for a group of people who just need basic amenities. It could be lower in cost as you can split the rental fee. To top off the design, I've actually introduced Type G, a duplex unit that functions as an Airbnb to allow for visitors or tourists, maybe when your parents from different states that would like to visit you, or it could be a trailer for a movie. For instance, people can first stay here to get a feeling of what staying here would be like before actually renting it. So again, there's zonometric to see how the units are stacked. And here is the skeletal structure of the design, where the fire staircase and lift cores acts as the core columns. And the construction detail where several hundred thick semi-cantilever reinforced concrete stack is used to support the units. And also mentioned earlier that the shoulder sides of the units are exposed towards the sun. I've also introduced a double skin face that is a series of louvers that is made out of high density polyethylene plastic lumber, which is more cost efficient in terms of flexibility of design, durability, and less susceptible towards harsh weather conditions compared to actual timber. So here is the close-up detail of how the louvers are connected to the frame to the units. And moving on to the daylight analysis, showing the comparison between having no louvers and having louvers in the design, you can clearly see that with louvers, the lux is lowered, there is less direct sunlight exposure, thus less HVAC energy is used, hence making the building more energy efficient. So here is how the facade treatment would look like. And moving on to the elevations, here is the side elevation. And the Plaza Street elevation that is treated with green walls for aesthetic purposes and to reduce exposure from dust and smoke emission from ongoing vehicles. Here is the front and back elevation, which is symmetrical with a hint of asymmetry to differentiate the both sides. And the sections, as you can see here, there are voids that connect from bottom up to allow for stack ventilation to occur. And lastly, here are the remaining renderings that were done. To sum it up, the project is a catalyst that aims to prompt growth and development in the said context by introducing a new user group into the community. Much like the scientific term, a catalyst is a substance that speeds up a rate of reaction in the chemistry. The design approach explores on geometry, repetition, and composition that adapts to climatic conditions, while retaining its existing retail residential typology that instills a sense of familiarity into the community. Then, the existing site issues are mitigated with the introduction of public spaces, communal areas, and greeneries, while also catering to the usage of old and new, while respecting the existing elements and accepting positive changes to facilitate the growth of a sustainable community. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you all for listening, and I hope you had a good day.
All right. So thank you so much, Xiaoyun, for that sharing and really amazing project. Thank you so much. Everyone give him an applause. Woo. All right. I can see that you have a lot of fans in the chat and in the Future Thinkers here today. So you must be a little bit famous. But yeah, so once again, good job, Darian. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, thank you.
All right. So next up, coming from semester 2 of the master's program. So we have Lim Shu Ting together with her tutor, architect Edward Chew, to showcase her project. So let's welcome them onto the floor.
Hi everyone, my name is Lim Shu Ting, currently a master's final year student, and today I'm very excited and happy for this opportunity to be a part of Future Thinker. So now I will share with you guys my urban design studio with my tutor here today, architect Edward Chew, who's a very knowledgeable and inspiring tutor and also very fun to work with. So I hope you guys will enjoy the presentation. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Shu Ting, representative of Masters Semester 2. Today I will present to you my final review for Urban Design Studio, supervised by my tutor, architect Edward Chew. Resetting Place Rhythms, which is a hospitality and culinary arts vocational college that is located in Kampong Baru. Kampong Baru is one of the oldest traditional village still standing in the KL city center. Only in recent years that the new developments have made its way to creep into Kampong Baru, which means it's about time for Kampong Baru to grow and rise, find its way to reposition itself in this fast-paced cosmopolitan capital, perhaps also to play a part by engaging with broader urban issues of the city. This is where Kampong Baru is located, sitting right next to KLCC, and our proposed site is located near the edge of Kampong Baru. Since this is an urban design studio, in the beginning of the semester, we were introduced to Kamona's dimensions of urban design, which the specific chapter that I studied was the temporal dimensions. So this map here is basically the summary of the temporal dimensions, mainly discuss about time and places. As we all know, every object has 3 dimensions. We work along the X, Y, and Z axis. But according to Kamona, there exists the 4th dimensions in urban design, which is time. According to Lynch, time can be made manifest in an urban context through the physical elements and forms of a city. Thus, he argued that people are actually living in time places where space and time are closely related. Then people experience it through activities. So basically, human activities are the evidence of the growth of a place. And the idea of studying the rhythms of place in Kampong Baru is from Kamona's time cycle, particularly emphasizing on rhythmic repetitions. Just like the way we breathe, our heartbeats, our daily routine in a weekly, monthly, and yearly basis, everything has its own rhythms. And in my opinion, rhythms is very similar to the structure of music. There are varieties of rhythms that can be composed from different instruments, forming different pieces of mood. So everyone may have different definitions of feelings towards rhythms in them. But this is how I try to break down and visualize rhythms in Kampong Baru, putting together its vibrant, happening side with its quiet and humble one. So this is an urban rejuvenation project done before our final project, exploring urban design strategies to develop an urban manifesto within Kampong Baru, which we have proposed a linear park as a catalyst to help Kampong Baru progress to becoming a versatile city. So its urban design strategies are stressing on how Kampong Baru progress over time, building a timeless urban space while preserving its vibrant tradition. We see the need to reset its current chaotic rhythm of place, transforming it into a people-oriented place that cover all different social groups. So a range of urban elements are selected to reflect Kampong Baru's so manifested, which are the small local businesses and Masjid Jamek. So through this civic continuity, we attempt to put together the smaller parts of urban pocket spaces to form a whole. So these urban elements are inserted into the linear park, forming 3 sectors: the Masjid Community Oriented Park, then a playfield for younger communities, and finally a local community oriented park. So the end result of turning this space to a place. This is a drive through the linear park at a playfield, creating a very people-oriented place with fun urban elements implemented, such as the urban fan, pop-up stores, and swing sets. So tactical urbanism, which is also known as the DIY urbanism or urban prototyping, is an approach refers to a city or an organization or locals using short-term, low-cost, and scalable interventions to build their own public amenities related to street safety in their own neighborhood. So in this case, parklets have also been proposed as one of the urban design strategies, which is a temporary conversion of on-street parking spaces into public spaces for street users. So elements of parklets could include food trucks, street stalls, and any public seating. So this sums up the urban rejuvenation project. So later, as I proceed to develop on the design of the college, I started to ask myself more questions about rhythms. What do rhythms have to do with college in this urban context? Rhythms are so repetitive, and so at school. Students' routine are repeated every day. How can we make changes from the repetitions? If I could implement a program in a college, how do I introduce the new rhythms into Kampong Baru with the repetitive routine of a college? Do I want a college that students come and go every day? No. Or do I want to bring in outsiders or new stakeholders into this college? I don't think it's quite a good idea. So, or is there any programs that could be extended to the larger regions of the city from the college itself. Hence, to narrow things down, I'm targeting on two main urban issues: a place-taking situation and displeasing place rhythms. So gentrifications, a global issue that is definitely unstoppable, often a place-taking instead of place-making. And the displeasing place rhythms come from the chaotic side of Kampong Baru and its growth that is left too far behind as if it has never progressed before. So to address this, social innovations is a leitmotif to drive the program's intention. It's a process of developing solutions to face social or environmental challenges in support of social progress. So in this case, it has to be a collective effort between the college, local authorities, and the local communities to rethink of their neighborhood together. And what can we do from the perspective of architecture? As a single building or project, of course, there's nothing much we could do, but the program that we design and form, we can make changes from there. Since we were proposing a culinary college, I began thinking about food issues. Alarmed by the rise in food insecurity during the 2020 pandemic, food crisis is an ongoing problem that needs everybody's participation. And Malaysians really have to come together to rethink about this Tambas issue, which is food waste. We have to reduce footprint to combat food waste. So apparently, food waste is the biggest waste composition in Malaysia. In fact, it is a very serious issue not only in Malaysia but across the entire world. And this is SW Corp's posters showing the alarming facts on food waste in 2020. It showed that the causes of food wastage, highest percentage goes to the food that is unconsumed. Despite combined efforts and raising awareness, seems like a lot of food still ends up in the trash. So anyway, there are many types of food waste, not just food unconsumed, but everything that comes with the food as well. Thus, it is very important to understand food cycle. There are two types, the linear or the circular. Sadly, most of our food cycle we had currently was a linear process. We get the food source, we consume, we dispose, and it's the end. So clearly a one-way production. So we want a loop cycle where we could repurpose the waste, dispose into becoming our food source again. So from architecture and urban design's point of view, we want a college that is more than just iconic or beautiful, that does not only teach students how to cook and serve, it is also important to let them know where do they get their food source. And after disposing, where does the food waste go? We want to be able to make impacts through programs like this. So for example, in Singapore, they have been setting up the waste digesters or eco-digesters in many places, including hawker centers, which this thing is on the eco-digesters only takes up a space of a car park lot. So why can't we implement a program like this in Malaysia? So let's dive in and take a look at how this proposed college has provided spaces to implement the food waste program. Our site is located near one of the biggest entrances into Kampong Baru from Jalan Tun Razak into Jalan Raja Uda, and it's right next to a field. So the college consists of total of 7 levels, including 2 basements. And the building is divided into different layers of purposes, mainly the community places and the educational floors. So going up from basement 2 and basement 1, you will come to the ground floor where most of the community activities could happen here, opens up the opportunities to let the college expose to people other than its own students, mainly for our less fortunate or underprivileged communities. So this is like an urban living room for all. So besides that, you will find 2 drop-offs along the entrance route. The first one is at the community fridge and the other is at the food waste processing room. So first of all, what's a community fridge and kitchen? As we know, there are many types of consumable food abandoned, such as rejected ugly-looking vegetables or fruits, or food that is almost expiring. So the community fridge and kitchen is a place to accept and filter these abandoned items, to allow the students to use these sources in their culinary lessons again, or to contribute this to the communities, either so in lower prices or in the form of donations. So in sum, drop-off 1 is mainly for the consumable food, and drop-off 2 is for the unconsumable food waste, where the food waste will then be sent to the digesters to be processed into compost or fertilizers. So here's a view of the community fridge provided with spaces to store fruit, including refrigerators. And food waste drop off, where it processes food waste into compost or upcycling. So anyone could drop off their food waste here, not just for the retailers and wholesalers. And culinary students, they need chances to practice cooking. So they cook very often. And when they cook in bulk, who would eat it? And the food hall is a place where it provides students the opportunities to serve the local communities. And it could be also a small-scale student-led business. And the difference between these community restaurant and the food hall is that the community restaurant provides food from the donated food sources mainly, and is to serve the underprivileged community, which is very volunteer-driven. So for instance, when we have situations like this, apparently many Malaysians are willing to help and willing to share. So perhaps the community restaurant could be a better platform for them to share. So this basically sums up the community ground. So proceeding to the mezzanine floor is mainly for M&E services. So going further up are the academic floors from level 1 onwards. Separated from the community's ground on this floor is where culinary suites and kitchen theatre would be located. So for academic floors, each floors have a waste management system within the refuse. So the kitchen circulations and classroom circulations are also separated, and this is to avoid the crossing of both routes. Imagine having students pushing trolleys of raw materials, raw meat, or even food waste in the corridor. So there is a need to separate these layers of circulations. So level 2 consists of bakery suites, grand hall and a library. And the open corridor all around the east side of the building is for the safety escape purposes for the kitchens. So third floor is where the beverage suites and hospitality training is located. As going up each floor actually provides more breakout spaces. We always say, oh, you need to cut down on corridor spaces, but I think it depends on the occasion. We are now designing a school, so students move around in campus a lot, like exchange of classes or recess or whatnot. So this is a view from one of the breakout spaces. And as a student, we cannot just be staying inside of our classroom or learning theatre. We need a lot of resting area to our eyes, our body, our mind. We need to have a break. So finally, coming to the rooftop level is entirely open and consists of raised bed farming. So the farm itself could actually use the compost made from the food waste collected within this college. And the excess compost can even be given back to the food waste contributors or anyone who needs them. So that makes the college a place to turn trash into treasures, something that can be shared among the communities. And rhythms could mean many things in urban studies. To me, throughout the design of this program in this college, I see rhythms as making a move, making progress and changes, and the need to jump off of our regular conceptions, with hopes that by implementing such an eventful program in this college, it could reset the rhythms of Kampung Baru by bringing in new rhythms, educating not only the students, while it also benefits the communities regardless of their classes. So cities play an indispensable role in combating food waste, and there is a lot more that our education line could do to help raise awareness. So it is always not the leftovers that are wasteful, but those who don't know or don't bother what to do with them. And wrapping up my presentations, let us all learn to care more about food waste issues and food loss. So awareness is the key. That's all I have for today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Shooting, for that presentation about food security. Let's give her an applause. Woo. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing how important this food is. I'm sure everyone here knows how, I'm sure a lot of us know that we tend to waste food, but the underprivileged people they admire food. So yeah, I try to, Shooting here highlighting the importance of food. Great job. So anyways, you guys know what time it is. So it is now time for round 3 of our Q&A sessions. So we have 15 minutes for this Q&A session. So once again, you guys know the drill. Feel free to unmute and voice out your questions regarding their projects to our lovely speakers, or you can scan the QR code, which I will share in a little bit. You can share the QR code, scan the QR code to type in and ask your questions for our speakers. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's see here. Okay. So yeah, the first question that came out for Shooting, what does the rhythm pattern of Kampong Baru represent and where they origin from?
Actually, the rhythms can mean very differently from each individuals. It can be like breaks. It can be progress, like making making moves. So for me, I think Kampong Baru itself is like not progressing. So the rhythm pattern is like rather not, there's no movement, very still and very left behind. So I see the need for it to progress because it's sitting right at the KL city center where the rhythms around it are very quick or very rapid and all that. But Kampong Baru is like very quiet, like very left out. So the patterns are like very rigid. Yeah. I hope I answered the question.
Yeah, I think I agree. I mean, like, yeah, it answers the question. So, but thank you, Shooting, for that answer.
Yeah, thanks.
For Zhao Yin, so I think I'll ask this first. How does your program respond to the wet market?
Okay, for my high-rise dwelling, okay, respond to the wet market itself. Okay, so for the high-rise dwelling itself, I actually mentioned that I retain back the retail and resident part of the building. So I've actually catered spaces for some of the vendors to be relocated. So I'm actually giving them a better job business opportunity because it's more exposed. And then how does my high-rise relate back to the wet market? So basically, the new user group that I introduced, the newly job seekers, right? They can actually go down to the market and buy their daily ingredients. So in the sense that my high-rise itself is also helping the economy of the wet market. So that is how I respond to the wet market. Yeah. I hope that answered that question.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it does.
Yeah.
And I think this one, someone just asked, like, do you progress very smoothly or is there any turning point?
I answer this. I think compared to my peers, I progress quite smoothly. How do I say this? Because like I mean, Dr. Keith is also quite did quite a big part also because and most of the time where I don't progress smoothly is mostly because of my own thinking because I tend to overthink a lot on some situations. So Dr. Keith, in a sense that he helped me clear the overthinking that he already sort of say saw how I envisioned my building. He sort of like cleared the path for me quite a bit so that I would focus my thinking towards my final process. Yeah. So yeah, that's the main turning point of me overthinking.
Okay. So before I ask Zhao Yin the question, maybe this one for shooting. How do you think your building / architecture language fits the context of Kampung Baru?
This one actually is something that I didn't include in my presentations because I'm focusing more on the urban part. Actually, while designing this building, right, it's like I'm trying to create a very modular kind of construction because it's about footways, and I want it to be a very like it has a circular loop within the building itself. So perhaps if it's a modular construction, the materials can be reused again in the future. So for easier way to put up the buildings, right, I would think this form and these shapes is easier to like add or remove in the future, so that so it suits the modular construction.
Okay.
So even though I think it doesn't really fit into the context of Kampong Baru itself, but because this site is located at the edge of Kampong Baru, where it's not within the traditional Kampong area anymore. It's like it's like a gateway of Kampong Baru. So perhaps having a very different looking or not iconic, but rather more different looking building at the gateway, it would attract like the other stakeholders or other visitors to come into this college itself. Yeah.
Okay. Now, for Zhao Yin, I think these two are similar questions. So, but
Yeah. So by neighboring building, I'm thinking you're talking about the brothel. So okay, I talk about the other building first. The market hall is a vacant building, so technically I'm neglecting that because there's no function for it anymore. But as for the brothel, as I mentioned, the people there are like they're already complacent, they're already used to whatever they have there. So in a sense that I don't really design to cater for that. Like I don't think architecture can solve issues of a brothel. Like I cannot just like take off their building, right? Like then in a sense that I'm disrupting their the so-called job opportunities for the brothel thing. So the way that I sort of like overcome this is basically just design my building to be higher, to be taller than the neighboring building. So people would focus on the high rise itself rather than the negative aspect. I would consider negative aspect part of the building, part of my neighboring building. Yeah. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
So basically, it's how your proposal responds to the neighboring building is just to build it higher.
Yeah, just to build it higher because I cannot do anything. I cannot integrate it with the brothel, right? That doesn't make sense. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool. This one shooting. Do you realize there's a guideline to follow Malay architecture and Islamic architecture for future developments in Kampong Baru?
I'm not very aware of this, but to me, I think maybe contents for this would means more because actually, to be very honest, for this urban design studio module, I focus a lot more in the program itself, or like how the program make impacts to the city to change Kampong Baru. So yeah, I will look into that in the future and for further like development if there's a chance. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, shooting. Any any other questions from the floor that they want to ask? Maybe I think if there's no more questions, I'll just end it with one last question for both Zhao Yin and Shooting. what has been the biggest challenge faced as you are designing this project? Maybe Jawin, you want to answer first?
I feel like mine was quite smooth sailing, to be honest. Yeah, just like I mentioned just now, just that my overthinking part of like I'm considering too much elements. Okay, maybe when you're designing, try not to consider too many things at one point. You slowly progress and do it. I think that'll help you. Yeah, you do one thing at a time, and sort of like integrate it along the way, and not try to like integrate it beforehand and try to put everything in the first place. Yeah. So that's my advice.
Okay, what about shooting? What has been the biggest challenge faced?
For me, I think the overall module is very, very fun because I love urban studies. So in the beginning of the semester, it's really fun to, because I like to read about urban studies. So when I read Carmonas and then we develop the urban rejuvenation project, is okay until the last part of the module, which is a final review. We left with like, I think 7 weeks or 8 weeks only to develop the final project. So that's the hardest part, I think. But overall, it's very fun. So every part, even though project 1A, 1B, 1C is like maybe too long at the front part, not too long, but it's necessary because you really need to go through all these urban design theories to develop your strategies, right? So I think just that the final review, you would need to really put a lot of more time to focus on it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jawin and Shooting. Maybe Jawin, you can feel free to type to Crystal. Like, when do you know when to stop to overthink?
Sorry, I didn't see it. How to stop? When to stop? I mean, I had Dr. Keith to just go and attend tutorials. So the experienced lecturers, their experience, so they'll know when you are overthinking. So they'll tell you when you're overthinking. Yeah, just go to tutorials. That's why you go to tutorials. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi Ryan, maybe can I just add something to that as I was Jawin's tutor. Hi. Okay, I've been teaching in Taylor's for 15 years, and I tell students this story that in the 15 years, I've only met one student who started the project with the same sketch and ended it with the same design in 15 years. Xiaoyan didn't start with the same sketch, but he did start with the same idea. So he had a certain vision for his design, which came very, very early. And after that, I think he set out that vision, and at every tutorial, it just became more and more material. Okay, it became more and more realistic. So I think because he had that vision very early, it was quite easy for that journey to continue to quite a nice product in the end. Because I think in terms of when do you stop overthinking, I think you stop overthinking when you are satisfied with your idea, and then you spend a certain amount of time to materialize that idea into architecture, right? It's like saying that you want to write a novel or you want to film a movie, right? So both of them are creative processes. At the point where you have the right script for the novel, the right outline, then you start writing it in flowery language. Or when you have the right script for the movie, then you start collecting your actors and actresses and you start filming the movie, right? So when you have the right idea and you've got the solutions to the issues that the site raises or the solutions to the issues that the program raises, then you start drawing it up. And drawing is a part of design, it's part and parcel of design. And as you draw, you design at the same time. And I think that's what Xiaoyan did. So it was a very, very smooth process. It really was. He's very, very humble about this. It was very, very smooth. And so as a result, he had enough time to produce very nice drawings because the idea was material very, very early. So yeah, so that's just my just 20 cents worth of the conversation. Cheers.
All right.
Thank you, Dr.
Keith. Yeah, much compliments to Jawin.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have something to add on for the guideline of Malay architecture and Islamic architecture just now. Actually, during our semesters, I just found out that being told by my tutors, during that time, we don't know about it. The guideline is not there yet because the development plan has been like keep updating. So during our semester, we don't know about this guideline yet. Yeah. Especially if you see the M101 is near Kampong Baru is also not adapting the Malay and Islamic architecture.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and hi, I'm Satira, and if I can add to that as well, the site that is located is not within the Malay agriculture settlement zone. So it's more of towards the edge, which is zone as the commercial area together with the M101 by Veritas. So the architecture, so to say, it doesn't really reflect that. But I would say that to talk about the guideline of Malay and Islamic architecture, it's not on the facade or the treatment of facade itself, but on the design or we would say spaces, that relates to it. So I think and during that time, it was not known to us about the guideline at that time. So this semester we're also doing Kampong Baru, and we have that guideline already. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Architect Satira.
Thank you.
For elaborating further on the guidelines. So I'm sure the guidelines will be taken into consideration for the next project, which is related to inside Kampong Baru as well.
Yes, definitely. So Zauyin needs to read it through.
Yes, Zauyin. So
No. Okay.
All right. I think that's all for this Q&A session. Yeah. So because we're a little bit short on time. So yeah, thank you so much for everyone who participated in this Q&A session. And if you guys have any more questions, feel free to personally message them and they'll answer your questions. So up next, we have coming from the final semester of Masters and is already a graduated alumni. So we have Jane Liu together with her tutor AR1 Azhar to showcase her project. So let's welcome them on the floor.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Jin and I've actually just graduated last December. So before we begin, I would firstly like to say thank you to my design thesis tutor, Architect 1 Azhar, whom has supported me throughout this project, and thank you all for attending this forum today. Without further ado, here is my presentation.
Sorry about that. Yeah, amazing.
Good afternoon, fellow guests. I'm Jin, a recent postgraduate, and I'll be presenting my final year architectural design thesis project, known as the Community Water Bank and Visitor Center. In the context of Malaysia, the frequent occurrence of water disruptions has affected millions of communities in both Kuala Lumpur and Selangor annually. One of the main districts that have consistently been affected within Selangor is the district of Hulu Langat, as water contamination of reservoirs in treatment plants and rivers would cause communities to not get potable water for a few days. As water rationing happens, water trucks will then have visitations around these affected communities, whereby the locals could collect water from the trucks, which will only visit once in a few days. As the distribution of water has always relied on dams and water treatment plants, the idea of a rainwater collection system have not been introduced around suburban areas, even though the average amount of rainfall has always been relatively high. However, when it comes to the reuse of water, the common use of mechanical systems is frequently hidden or known to be an additional system externally added into architecture. From studying the current mechanisms of water reuse, how could it be celebrated architecturally? So to further explore on the topic of water, How could responsive architecture bring forth the issues of water management towards the public via both mechanism and space as an educational platform? The aim of this project is to propose a responsive architecture by using water as a fundamental resource in sustaining the building, as well as benefiting and contributing to a community and the environment. And it hopes to bring awareness on the importance of water and its role in ecosystem and the built environment within a community. By kickstarting the project, the system of water reuse in historical settlements were explored. There were a number of ways and methods on how have people managed to overcome the circumstances of water depletion from Mohenjo-Daro, Persia, Petro-Jordan, Roman aqueducts, India stepwells, and to China waterworks. The explorations were then focused more on water architecture of Southeast Asia, mainly India, on how have architecture played an important role in containing and treating rainwater and river water from the past. Then, through the study of Vitruvius's 10 books of architecture, several concepts of water distribution were mentioned and how would water be distributed within a community. And not forgetting on the simplest and most natural form of water purification, a study on how an Austrian biomimicry experimenter named Victor Schauberger explored on water purification, where he mentioned for it's not technology's task to correct nature, but to copy it. Explorations will continue through study models and exploring on the different kinds of elements and spaces that could be incorporated into the project, such as sunken spaces, steps and stairs, solid and void, underground spaces, ground veins, and excavation. The concept was firstly considered through the drawing of sections. The design thought of how water could be stored not only mechanically, but also part of architecture itself, aims to allow the spatial experience and water to be enhanced. Ideas were also revolved around funnels, spiral vortexes, and water galleries. The selected site is located in Hol Langat, whereby it sits between a mountainous zone which highly influences the chances of creating a water catchment area. The second diagram shows the river form in its context and a volume pattern of the river depicting parts of river where it's slimmer or larger, calmer or rougher. The third diagram on the right shows a plan view of the surrounding community, which are currently separated by a central island between two rivers, Sungai Langat and Sungai Semongkis. Highlighted in red is where the site is located, and it can be seen that both rivers gradually flows down north and combines into a main river. So the selected site is surrounded with multiple activities ranging for the local communities to visitors and travelers from different states, such as hot baths, camping and team building activities, primary and secondary schools, fishing, homestays, farms, and also marathons that are held around the area of Hulu Langat. So how would the project of a community water bank and visitor center enhance the communal lifestyle and program of the people? The main design processes were focused on sectional concepts, spatial concepts on the relationship between water and space, and water systems which could be designed and to be incorporated into architecture. In regards to the massing of the project, the composition of form and geometry was firstly explored with the arrangement of mass according to the line of a 45-degree axis and a 90-degree axis, scale, earth embankments, and several variations of depth. The design approach was very much dependent on its contextual relevancy. The first design approach would be the line of axis. As the site sits on an island between two rivers, the 9-acre project is designed based on the common grade of the main road and surrounding built elements, with the consideration of the landscape. The second design approach would be the accessibility. Within a 600-meter radius, vehicles could either access through the main road or secondary roads from the right side of the community, as the current urban attitude encourages pedestrian walkability, especially in a small village. Existing bus stops around the site would benefit the project as well. The third design approach would be the landscape. The idea was to superimpose the project onto the existing contours, as well as to retain most of the surrounding trees and river form of the site. So this is a glimpse of the overall project, where it sits among the tropical trees and Sungai Langat on the right, whereby the presence of both water and nature is the key to the architectural language of the project. Upon approaching the complex, one immediately sees a simple entrance and a peak of the vault-shaped roofs to eye level, as part of the complex is sunken on the lower ground. The main design of the complex can be defined as an amalgamation of a vernacular and modernist approach, whereby it aims to portray an overall form of cave-like structures, playful water channels, and depths of different spaces to exaggerate the details of nature. A study model was also done to play around with the elements of curves and repetitive structures. The ground floor plan is designed according to the existing context, whereby it accommodates the axis of rivers and the surrounding gentle contours. On the ground floor, there are 3 different points of entries into the complex. A main staircase on the left, which leads users onto the lower ground floor, and 2 points of entries in the center and on the right to allow pedestrian walkability from different parts of the village. Moving on to the lower ground floor, users will arrive onto a level 5 meters lower, which creates a sunken lagoon-like experience. The lower ground floor caters to very public activities, whereby spaces such as an outdoor amphitheater and a landscape walk would enhance interaction and fun atmospheres. On this floor is where users could access Building 2 on the left, as well as the landscape walk on the right, and 2 entry points to access the water treatment galleries. An entry point into the main building is also located on the lower ground floor. To further support the project, the complex consists of programs which caters to several user groups such as young children, students, women and men, visitors and travelers, families, as well as the elderly. The different times of occasion and visits would also be influenced by the types of user groups. For example, students would mainly visit after school, or the elderly and other locals would visit for interactions or fitness activities either early in the morning or in the evening, where families would come together to meet. So these are the programs provided around the complex, which caters to the community and the public, ranging from separated gender baths, fitness hall, galleries, cafes, event spaces, studios and classrooms, farming spaces to water treatment facilities. The distribution of the water system is to support the programs and function of the complex. Hence, these 7 lines of water distribution are catered to different functions and flow towards different spaces and are mainly by rainwater, which is clean water, whereas grey water are mostly used for toilet flushings. The complex is supported by a hydrological infrastructure, whereby it is designed as a system to carry water around and within the space to show how water and its system is celebrated architecturally. The architectural elements are listed into a catalog as such, whereby each of these elements are divided into divisions, where they are categorized according to its role in the hydro ecosystem of the complex, such as treatment elements, the collectors, passive distributors, and support systems. All of the elements mentioned previously would also allow purified water to be collected from the collection pots located around and within the main building. The concept of water and architecture applied would eventually enhance spatial experiences, as the mechanisms of water would be part of the building itself. And perhaps architecture would not only serve as a habitual living space, but also a system. For example, the reuse of water would aid in programs such as bathing and sanitation uses from collected water stored in a water lagoon below. Therefore, the placement of the water treatment gallery is important as it supports these systems. So the systems mentioned would support programs such as the women's bath, As hot springs and baths around Hul Langat are usually only used by men, the project provides a women's bath specifically to cater to the women community, as privacy is deemed to be more ideal. Below the women's bath is where the fitness hall is located, whereby the water columns which carry stone-filtered water sits. Several other structural concepts of water distribution, also known as the veins of the complex, is portrayed through the structures of the building to allow systems such as passive rainwater collection systems to work on the surface, within, and around the complex. One of the structural concepts of water flow could be shown in these sections, whereby the rainwater collection would be a passive system whereby stone filtrations, water channels, and water columns are used. Other than the collection, filtration, and storage of rainwater, biofiltration systems are also incorporated into the design. These biofiltration plants would naturally clean dirty water, which could then either be used for irrigation or to be transported back into the river. And finally, images of different perspectives would capture the experiences of space. As shown, the center of the complex holds more of a public experience. The open amphitheater would also encourage people to sit and chat or just relax and be still. A mini cascading farm space which could be seen from the cafe space, and an outdoor landscape walk. This is a view of the landscape walk from the east, whereby shallow pools are located for lake dips and interaction, which are very much like the culture of the surrounding kampongs. And then moving towards the linear gallery of the water treatment spaces. And back onto the main building, the approach towards the building is as such, with few of the water collection pots on the side, as well as the studios on the first floor that could capture views of the ground floor from the outdoor veranda. And finally, a flat roof covers the first floor, whereby the flat roof is designed into two sections as shown, whereby a part of it is designed as a cascading roof garden which acts as an absorption of water, a light channel in between, and a slanted roof. In overall, the complex uses the approach of water as an integral character in this symphonic orchestrated experience, whereby the overall form exaggerates the details of nature with its rolling mounds, cave-like spaces, terraced land, playful water channels, and reflective surfaces. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Jane, for your presentation. Ooh, let's give her a warm applause. Yeah, I've been looking at the chat, right? A lot of people will be like, wow, very strong and impressive drawings. Interesting series of drawings and illustration. So be proud, Jane, you did well. All right, so next up, coming from the final semester as well, we have Jason together with his tutor, Dr. Keith Tan, to showcase his project. So let's welcome them.
Hello everyone, good evening. My name is Jason. Before we start the presentation, I would like to give my warmest thanks to the organizers for inviting me, my supportive friends and families, and my supervisor, Dr. Keith Tan, and his invaluable guidance. All right, let's begin. Hi, and good evening everyone. My name is Jason, and today I'll be presenting my architectural design thesis project titled Elderly Life Enrichment Campus. Before the coronavirus pandemic, it's no surprise that recent times Malaysia's health standards are getting better and people are living longer. But paired with low fertility rate, and Malaysia is now spearheading towards becoming an aging country, and in the next 20 years, Penang will have the highest concentration of elderly people among all other states. And in the case of architecture for the elderly, majority senior centres in Malaysia are not well focused nor emphasized, as they are mainly just repurposed privatized house or located at unpopular location with high metal gates with security guards at the entrance, giving an unpleasant aura for any kind of public visitation. With our elders have limited platform for any kind of organic socializing with its community, it comes to no surprise why our social tradition and culture are slowly but steadily fading into obscurity. Valuable arts that was once a norm such as rattan making and wood crafting, even hawker foods, are slowly being replaced by globalization trends. If this continues on without the interest and support from the younger community, the tangible knowledge of culture will eventually fade away along with the elders. Knowing these problem statements, this design thesis would like to ask, how does architecture design an inclusive elderly environment which promotes enriching social activities with society? And what strategies can architecture engage to improve intergenerational relationship and revive cultural significance in an urban context? Actually, it's quite simple, like feeding two birds with one stone. The aim is to promote a socially engaging elderly campus which prioritizes on teaching and learning of culture to all ages in an urban heritage context. In order to achieve that, this project will utilize architectural principles and strategies to provide a welcoming and engaging built environment with a focus for well-being of the elderly. Additionally, to provide a responsive social learning experience that enables the elderly to be socially active and engaging with all groups of society. The idea of having an elderly campus that encourages lifelong learning and teaching brings many positive impacts to society. Not only the elders are able to finally take part on cultural activities that they once missed when they were young, it is also to stimulate their mental well-being and encourage them to be more socially confident. Additionally, the campus will also act as a public platform for skilled elders to teach and share their experience to the next generation, encouraging apprenticeship programs and slowly reviving cultural heritage arts. Now, onto the site proposal. The chosen site will be in Penang, and we will be focusing on a town centre named Georgetown through acknowledging Penang will have the highest population of elderly in the future. The site is located at the centre of town. It is right beside the iconic Komta and major malls named Pelangi Mall and First Avenue Mall, and uniquely the site sits just at the edge of the UNESCO Protection Heritage Zone, potentially serving as a hypothetical bridge to connect the heritage and the modern for this project. Historically, the site even has a name, and in Hokkien, it is famously called Sia Boi, which means town's end, as this place was once known to be the edge of Georgetown before the development expansion. Currently, it is a semi-undeveloped site with an area of approximately 20,000 meters square. Now, it contains the old market of Sia Boi, a row of dilapidated shophouses, and is bisected by a section of the old Pelangi Canal. There is also a temporary car park within the site labeled number 2, reserved for future transportation station by local authority. In regard to the site's significance, Sia Boi was once an important early trading hub in Georgetown, where residents would gather here as a central market to buy and sell. It was a symbol for communities, it was a place where people would meet and engage. But years later, it was eventually demolished to make way for Komta Phase 5 development, but it was never completed. Many attempts were made to rebuild Sia Boi, and many times have failed. The delays have caused the shophouses inside to be severely damaged and many parts has fallen off. Eventually, Sia Boi has been rebranded into an archaeological park, with many locals speculate it was a political move. But nevertheless, for the sake of this design thesis with no political motive, I wanted to rethink Sia Boi as a home for an elderly campus, as I believe the site has so much more potential. Here at its current state, the most prominent remaining figures are the repurposed marketplace and the canal. Additionally, the most used part of this site from daily locals are the recreational park at one of the ends of Sia Boi. For this project, I would like to remain the two existing structure and the recreational park as part of the landscaping area. Furthermore, acknowledging clearly that this site is not within the UNESCO Heritage Protection Zone, I'm intended to demolish the extremely dilapidated shophouses within the site to make way for the development of the elderly campus. Moving on with the existing and future context, surrounding the immediate site we have the typical shophouses, two shopping malls named First Avenue Mall and Pelangi Mall, and here we have the UNESCO buffer zone which consists of the protected heritage shophouses. There are several elements in the site as well, mainly we have the two refurbished historical elements of the market hall and the canal, large protected trees, a row of dilapidated shophouses, and an open car park. As previously mentioned, acknowledging the dilapidated shophouses are in an extremely poor and rundown conditions, plus they are not located within the UNESCO protected zone, those dilapidated shophouses within the site will be removed in order to make way for the elderly campus. The rest of the existing elements will be retained. Furthermore, the site itself also has a reserved land which proposed an elevated LRT station by the local authority for Penang's Bayan Lepas LRT line. Although the LRT design is yet to be announced, this thesis project will nevertheless include this further development for design consideration. After all context concerns, the available design size area will be approximately 9,000 meters square as highlighted here. Here, we have the sun analysis to study the shadow movement throughout a day. It is noted that the proposed site orientation does not face any direct exposure from the morning and evening sun path, but it is anticipated there will be a noticeable shadow casting by the two large malls during the evening time. In terms of pedestrian circulation, there are two main areas of interest. Firstly, as the site is also close to a number of high-rises flat located in walking distance, there may be a potential pedestrian arrival of families with children. Additionally, since there will be a future development of an LRT station, the site will anticipate high pedestrian traffic of workers and tourists between the station and into Covenant Street. The design thesis will incorporate a design principle of permeability as to activate social architecture into the elderly campus. This strategy will address the need of organic social activities through three simple but direct factors. Visual permeability, as to create a sense of security. This will encourage its user to be comfortably seen and heard. Movement permeability, as to create a sense of liberty. This allows the users to feel welcome and to approach any spatial activity with ease. And spatial permeability, as to create a sense of curiosity. This will create enticement through revealing activity spaces with one another for users to get interested. The Elderly Life Enrichment Campus will target mainly these 5 groups of users, and the spatial activities can be categorized into 2 major themes. Educational aims to create sustainable stimulative elderly activities and to gradually revive cultural heritage through classes. Casual learning aims to stimulate interest of cultural heritage that focuses on bringing out awareness to the public. Now let's move on into the massing strategy. We first start off with the design boundaries. The proposed building will allow some setbacks for the protected trees and allow some breathing space for the existing historical structure of the canal and the market hall. In terms of orientation, the building frontage will face towards the direction of the heritage shophouses for better visual feedback and minimize potential noise disturbance by the LRT. The massing is then split into 5 smaller blocks to allow permeation of natural elements into the spaces. Additionally, it will act as an effort to shorten the perception of lengthiness and create identifiable blocks for the elderly. The ground will then spew a carpet of welcoming pathway as to extend and entice invitation into the proposed building. Additionally, this will link directly to the bridges of the canal and the market hall, further providing bridging between the old and the new. The massing will then be cascaded, push and pull to ease visual for the grounded pedestrian to avoid harsh verticality on the pedestrian level. An exposed elevated pedestrian link bridge is displayed not only for connecting the blocks, but to also entice invitation and encourage ground pedestrians to participate into the higher floors, signaling the building is welcoming for public visitation. A centerpoint break is proposed in the middle of the 5 blocks to act as a recognizable gathering point and to slow down the flow of the bridge, bringing emphasis towards the canal and the market hall. The massing of the 2 ends will extend an invitation gesture in effort to invite designated groups of people into the building. Finally, a rhythmic design facade treatment that directs to the middle focal point while revealing the interior using permeative facade design as shown above. The facade idea is to be more permeable at the lower part and slowly lesser as it goes higher to act as a sunscreen to minimize sun glare. Creeper plants will be used to provide a natural shading motif. Here we have a look on the detailed massing of the Elderly Life Enrichment Campus with added facade treatment and other details. The building will react with the tropical climate, thus the roof will have a significant large overhangs and some starlight elements into the interior. With the 2 end blocks have large roof surface area with a higher elevation height, they will have the potential to incorporate solar cells and rainwater harvesting services without the shadow casting interference by the adjacent buildings. Here, we have the perspective views of the proposed Elderly Life Enrichment Campus in Siaboy, Penang. Before we talk about the plans, I want to address on spatial arrangement within the elderly campus first through the section and elevation. The spatial arrangement of the programs are not only driven by circulation purposes, but also to tackle the sound produced by LRT station. Knowing the adjacent station will be an endpoint, from here we can anticipate the noise level in relation with the building blocks. Acknowledging this, The spatial planning are then categorized by their nature of activity and their noise tolerance. Thus, the blocks are then identified with the campus activity spaces. Starting from the right, we have the Calm and Cultural Exhibition block, the mildly calm classroom block and gathering block, the mild culinary block, and finally, the mildly active performance studio block. Here, we have the ground floor plan. We can see the placement of the existing context of the typical shophouses, the two major malls, and the heritage shophouses within the UNESCO buffer zone area. Here are the 5 main building blocks of the Adelaide campus as previously mentioned, tied with the prominent pocket garden pathways that leads directly to the bridges of the canal, and connecting to the significant market hall. This ground floor planning creates a directional emphasis facing the heritage shophouses, gesturing the bridging from the modern to the traditional. More pedestrian crossings are proposed for the ease of pedestrian ingress into the site. In terms of traffic ingress flow, here we can see the traffic ingress and egress of the site. We will share grounded parking space with LRT station. Additionally, designated parking drop-off points are made at the traffic site of the building. The ground floor of the first block with potential high pedestrian traffic will be exposed with the cultural gallery to welcome the public to know more about Penang's history. The classroom block with its permeative showcase workshops allows the public to easily witness and participate comfortably. At the center, we mainly have the gathering space and performance stage. This area lines up directly with the market hall, now repurposed as a hawker food corner. The line of sight is intentional to attract the public to witness activities of the spaces inside. Next, we have the culinary block and the performance studio block. The ground floor are mainly food banks, LPG storage, and services for ease of transportation. The existing park is also extended further to maximize greenery to provide a pleasant environment. On the first floor, we have the prominent corridor link bridge that serves as an elevated pedestrian linkage between blocks, easing movement for the elderly while providing permeative interaction between inside and outside. The cultural block mainly features the continuation of the cultural gallery, followed up by the classroom and culinary studio blocks, with spatial qualities that emphasize a visual openness and allowing natural daylight into the blocks, accommodated with the open lockers and pantry areas to increase interactions. The center block and its amphitheater that frames the market hall and the heritage shophouses as backdrops to emphasize context connections. And here we have the performance studio block where the end part of this block has a triple open volume area that people from the ground and recreation garden can witness the interior high profile practice of the performing arts. For the second floor, we have the quieter part of the library due to its distance from the ground noise. Also, this floor will have a viewing bridge that overlooks the primary road and beyond, which sometimes hosts festivals that occupants can now witness from a higher level. Additionally, these 3 blocks here are also interlinked in effort to boost class exposure to entice the elderly to take interest to other classes. Finally, the M block features performing studios and activity spaces. The visually open yet comfortably distant spaces allows visual communication between the elderly and the public. For the third floor, we have the extended library floor, and here we can see the view of how the building allows natural daylight shines into the building, bringing visual pleasantry. The sheltered roof herbal nursery serves to increase knowledge on traditional spices and medicine. The openness of the herbal nursery allows more permeative interaction between blocks as well. And here we have the double volume performance studios where physical activity requires higher ceiling height. Additionally, it allows the adjacent future LRT to have a quick viewing of the activities to increase awareness of traditional arts. For the fourth floor, the only active space will be from the first block as co-working incubation hub to cater entrepreneurs in expanding traditional and cultural business to other regions to avoid being forgotten locally. Finally, we have the roof of the 2 M blocks which have the potential surface area to incorporate solar cells in the future to further increase energy efficiency. In conclusion for my take on this architectural design thesis, the Elderly Life Enrichment Campus is designed to tackle the current social lifestyle issues of the elderly by offering an effective campus that promotes an enthusiastic continuation of social teaching and learning, reflecting Siaboy's significance as a site to bridge between the modern and traditional culture. The building aims to promote a socially engaging elderly campus that prioritizing on the bridging of cultures through its strategy of permeation, which promotes visual, movement, and spatial intergenerational engagement, easing the social connection of generational relationships together. This emphasizes on providing a welcoming and engaging built environment that increases the mental and physical well-being of the elderly through its social-centric experience that the campus can provide, raising awareness to the public and be a catalyst for future elderly life development reference. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and I would like to end it with a short 3D video montage of the elderly life enrichment campus.
All right. Good job, Jason. You finished it. Thank you so much for your presentation. I love the video at the end, by the way. All right, so everyone, once again, let's give a warm round of applause for Jason as well. Woo. All right, and you guys know what time it is. It's time for Q&A time. So once again, you guys know how we're gonna roll. If you guys have any questions, feel free to unmute and ask our beloved speakers here today regarding their projects. Or you can also use Slido and scan the QR code and type in your questions that you guys want to ask them. All the questions typed in Slido will remain anonymous as usual. So feel free to go ahead, shoot out, and yeah. All right, so starting off, does anyone want to unmute their mic and ask about any questions? Oh, we already got a question that just came up. Okay, to Jason, were you able to conduct any personal research with the Penang Knights community that gave you the idea of proposing the elderly campus?
Wow, okay. Bearing on this question, because it so happens that before this, I actually did a dissertation before, which is also titled on identifying the perception study of the relationship of refrigerator shop houses among younger and older residents in Penang. And the result comes out, and surprise, surprise, of course, the older generations kind of get left out in the rejuvenation program done by the youngsters in Penang. Of course, it's not a bad thing, because a part of the data that shows that a small percentage that the elderly are kind of being supportive with the rejuvenated shop houses are the younger generations bringing their parents or their grandparents into those cafes and all. And that kind of sparked the motivation, saying that, hey, what if we kind of, do the other way around? So that kind of personal research that I was there when I was personally there that time gave me that idea that instead, what if we can, instead of having a rejuvenated shop houses run by the youngsters, what if we have something that is also something that the elderly can be the spotlight, is in the spotlight, and kind of invite the youngsters. So you have this kind of synergy between the two social groups. So that will kind of make Georgetown a more inclusive, more inclusive place to live on. So that got me going before that I proposed this elderly campus.
Okay, well, thank you for the very elaborated answer, Jason. Okay, next up for Jin. how does the building really solve the water crisis rather than just providing more water collection point? Or is it more of an artistic expression?
Hi. I would say actually the project does not really intend to kind of like solve the entire water crisis, but then it kind of aim to hope to like help at least like a small community, especially when it comes to water rationing, or especially when like water recycling now is kind of like a good thing to actually pursue, especially in architecture. So yeah, it's kind of like both in terms of like helping the community as well as to make it an artistic expression. Yeah, I would say.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jin. Okay, the other question a bit funny lah. How to solve COVID architecture? Wow, look at that. Someone put out, Jin, your drawings are as beautiful as you. Wow, look at that. So I can see that a lot of our master students have a lot of fans in the chat. There, I see. Okay, but any other questions that anyone would like to address? Or if you feel free to unmute as well to ask our lovely speakers here today about their project. It's a little bit quiet. I mean, a little bit quiet because I think a lot of the thing about masters is I think the projects are very big and very outstanding and very in depth. So some of our juniors here, maybe they're quite confused of there's so much things to process in one go. To Jason, the large footprint looks tiring for elderly to walk.
That was actually one of the things that actually I did mention on, saying that instead of having this whole stretch of thing, you go through the whole part. That's why you kind of have to do individual blocks to kind of decrease the lengthiness and somehow also kind of get the point from Yang Gao's urban studies, saying that you create node points between each block, and of course in between blocks you have sittings as well. So you have this real smooth, and the elderly, they probably have their all the time in their life, they can just slowly go through the way. But the blocks kind of did help in terms of setting a stopping point for each point. And thus on the ground floor area, I have implement this kind of this semi-open what's the word, showcase workshop, that as they will reach to one block, they actually can rest down and actually visually look at the open showcase workshop that is currently being ongoing at the same time. So yeah, the footprint it was a thing that was being considered, and of course during the discussion with me and my supervisor, Dr. Keith, he said that if you were to speed it up, they kind of like decrease the idea of lengthiness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jason, for the answer. Okay, before that, Jin, for Jin, how did the idea of water bank being your scheme came along?
I actually started researching on rainwater initially when I was in my first year. So I kind of like built that interest, especially in rainwater. And then especially nowadays when water rationing and stuff like this happens, flood and things like this, especially in small communities. So like I kind of put that thought into creating like this project. So in terms of like reusing water as well as providing for the community.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Jen. We have a question from architect Satira for Jason. Situated near the UNESCO site, how does your architecture really respond to the site?
I think like if you were to like look back from the previous part that I did mention, that there's also a connection bridge between each of it. Visually as well, the center block, which I term it as a gathering block, has a direct visual sight towards its performance area, towards its the UNESCO area as well, and also on the upper floor as well. I have this amphitheater that kind of frames the UNESCO shophouses and beyond from there. So like if there's any talks about it, the backdrop itself, it's the UNESCO heritage site. So you have this kind of visual connection and communication between each ways as well. On the ground pedestrian way, I have this ground stage, which is the line of sight is intentional to kind of cross between the canal, the what they call it, the market hall, and towards it. So that line of sight is also intentional as well, so to create that community between the modern and the traditional. It's on the slides.
Okay, cool. I think because I think I have a question as well to Jason. Because we are talking about elderly, right? So I want to know, like, how does your building cater to the elderly with disabilities?
Yes, because we need to shorten up this presentation to 15 minutes. In my original presentation, there was a section that I need to address that there are basic architectural considerations that usually if you would to design for elderly have to be considered. Of course, you need first thing elderlies are prefer to have larger, higher ceilings. I mean, I'm talking more or less the experience first now. Instead of then I'll go through the disabilities. In terms of experience-wise, elderlies tend to have higher ceilings, more sunlight and fresh air. Your floors shouldn't be too much of a pattern for them to don't let them be confused on the floor levels. You need to provide sittings. You need to provide ample enough restrooms, and don't do too many steps and all. People with disabilities, of course, each blocks has their own lift to go towards their own destination of classrooms. Ramps are also, I try to minimize ramps as well, and I try to put all the activity, the spaces that requires the most, that requires the least movement to be placed on the ground floor for ease of movement for the elderly at the ground. Of course, on the upper floors are meant for people who actually are able as well. When I talk about disabilities on elderlies, it's mostly not the really elders one. It could be termed as retirees, people who age maybe above 50s and all. Some of them could also just walk fine as well. You can walk as fine as well. But in terms of disabilities, they are deep addressed, which all 5 blocks have their own lifts, and bathrooms are are placed at every block, at every corner.
Okay. Thank you.
I also just want to add one more thing as well. When I had a trip to Singapore, and I found one thing that I find very interesting is that most of their lifts are kind of, you have this small window of, you have this like small windows, in the lift, and the kind of the time the Singapore trip, I went and asked one of the lecturers in there, hey, why don't we see that in Malaysia? Usually we just have these metal gates closed. When in Singapore, you have these very small windows and all. Some of them, they say that it kind of provide a sense of assurance that if the lift was to be stuck, people kind of like can see what's going on inside. So like people with disabilities that requires a lot of using this lift as well. Maybe they have this kind of claustrophobic, they have this claustrophobic feeling if they were to keep using the lift. So part of the design of my lift as well is to have include this kind of semi-permeable visually lifts that when they walk around the site, when they use the lift, they don't have to feel so excluded. They can be when they use the lift, they can still be part of the building. They will still be part of the permeability connections between the outside and inside.
Okay, interesting. All right, thanks for sharing that. It's very interesting to hear about it. To both of you, Jin and Jason, did you further your dissertation topic? And if so, was there any roadblocks during your thesis journey? Maybe Jin, you want to answer first?
I actually did not further my dissertation topic throughout my thesis because I kind of focus more into, I did recycling materials in Malaysia for my dissertation topic for construction. So yeah, that was kind of like, I didn't really like put it there because from my dissertation, especially when it comes to recycling, there's a lot of timber. And I was just thinking like timber would probably not be a great material for my project because it has a lot of water. So yeah.
Okay. What about Jason?
Sorry, to both of you, did you further your dissertation topic? And so, I mean, that's why earlier I mentioned that this design thesis was actually brought forward from my dissertation because the data itself was very interesting to know that there's this disconnection, but a small percentage of data that shows the elderly are very receptive with the youngsters' rejuvenation method is because they were introduced in by their children or by their grandchildren. So the idea was, what if we do this another way around? What if we can actually invite the elderly? Maybe think about your father. Your father could be a rattan maker or be a hawker food guy. He has no platform to actually share those kind of experience, and he's being retired. He has no place to go. So this kind of elderly campus can also serve as a platform, to kind of invite the youngsters. Say, hey, you want to do more? Hey, you want to learn how to do mochi, or maybe you want to learn how to do char kway teow like my style. And then the topic can actually kind of start up this new movement instead of teaching the elders. Because I saw one of the question below saying that nowadays everyone seems to want to focus on being trendy and attracting youth instead of considering the elderly. So I wanted to say that, hey, what if we just do the other way around? Like the platform to let's make rattan making fresh again. Let's make those aluminium tin making fresh again. When they say fashion, history kind of repeats itself. So let's bring that trend again in the sense that bring up this the idea of it's gold.
Okay.
Sorry, Ryan, can you see the questions on the chat room?
Yeah, I can. So there's a very, very interesting question from Architect Satira over here. So it's a little bit dark, but to Jason, does your project consider it in any event of death of the elderly staying there? If so, how is it planned?
There is a room for one of the rooms in the big blocks, the block A that I mentioned. One of the rooms, I do have a health center, a small health center, not really a health center, but more or less, when things are going on, your schools have this kind of small health room, whenever your students is sick, you go to that room. So the same logic kind of goes to that elderly campus as well. There is a room there to kind of keep the elderly safe from any further harm, and the room is there to kind of take care of the elderly as well. And the elderly is also, that room itself is also placed at the first block of the block A. So if there's any ambulance were to come, they can be easily accessible for the doctors or for the nurse to actually bring them to the real hospital around the vicinity as well. But in the event of sudden death, well, that's like, wow, I mean, that's more or less a management problem. But there is a room to actually cater it, and the room is located at the ground floor for easier for ambulance to pick up and to be sent to a proper hospital in the event of that.
Okay. Thank you, Jason, for answering that question. It's a little bit dark, I understand. But
no, but it was still in the consideration of, because this was in the topic of COVID, the idea was more or less getting sick. But in terms of death, whoa, that's another level. But that was it's a good way to think about it.
True. I mean, it's something to consider. It's there's definitely a factor to consider. And I think there's a discussion going on, like men's world and all that kind of thing. We try not to bring about gender here. We keep things equal. Yeah, yeah, we'll try to keep things equal, guys. But with that, unless the other person wants to elaborate, what do you mean by a men's world? But if that's it, because it's been a very long day, I think I should really end the Q&A session here, because I'm sure all of you guys are tired and hungry, and I hope you guys managed to get some insightful things from this event. So with that, I'll end the Q&A session. But we are almost near to the end of our Future Thinkers. So before we end our Future Thinkers, I would just like to quickly thank, before I actually pass to the next person, I would like to thank Jin and Jason for answering all those questions. And if you guys have any other questions that you would like to address them, feel free to approach them and they'll be more than happy to answer. But anyways, before we end the Future Thinkers, I would like to invite our organizing chairperson, Chia Chen-Si, to give her closing remarks.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Loud and clear.
Okay, so huge thanks to the audience that came to support and engage with this event. And I want to thank all the speakers for being all the effort and also being responsive, and they really put a lot of effort into the whole presentation. I believe you guys can see it through the slides, and I believe that you guys have hate and love your project throughout this experience. And I want to thank Mr. Prince, our curator, for giving us this platform. I also think it's not easy to keep it sustaining for 5 years, and I want to thank you on behalf of the students, because I think that it's really a way to motivate the whole student community and to strive us to produce more thoughtful and more unique projects and schemes. And last but not least, I want to thank my community, Ryan, and also Shenze and JC, Jay Chen, who actually helped. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Chen-Si, for those warm words. Really appreciate for everyone that came here today. You guys can tell. I hope the most important is I hope you guys gain some knowledge as well as insights from this, because this is where we actually get to share our ideas and discussion among the students. And it's actually a very amazing platform organized by Mr. Prince over here. It's an amazing platform, and it's very hard to sustain this for 5 years, but it's doing well. So congrats on that.
Thank you, Ryan and Chelsea, and all the presenters.
Yeah.
The credit goes all to you. Thank you.
But to you as well, because for advising us along the way.
Okay, we'll still have lunch or dinner after, right? Okay, we have to schedule that. I'll treat you for lunch or dinner. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Prince. But with that, I think that is the end of our 9 Future Thinkers. Once again, on behalf of the community, I would like to thank everyone that attended here today, from our beloved speakers to our guests, Architect William T. and Crystal, our lecturers, our outstanding lecturers and tutors, sorry about my English, as well as my fellow architecture students. So thank you so much, and we definitely hope to see you guys in the next Future Thinkers. So my name is Ryan, and I'll be signing out as your host for today's event. So thank you everyone for coming. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you for coming, everyone.
There's a group photo, right?
Yeah, for us, there's a group.